Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMails24, Unimento, M Iron26, Eric Trosh, Endless, Golden McKiernan, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Canna Bear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Nealand, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
We're talking about the Robert Sungenis book. What was the name of that book again?
The name of the book is Flat Earth, Flat Wrong, a historical, biblical and scientific analysis of the flat Earth.
Another one punting the Bible, but not using the Bible. You know, it's funny you mentioned that because me and Brian were talking the other day, and he was going over, you know how he does the, it can't be heliocentric. It has to be heliocentric. It can't be geocentric. So I asked him if he reached out to Robert Sungenis, and he's going to drop him a line. He said he totally forgot about him, but I think he did write him an email.
He's a major key figure in all of this. And for those of you who come like after this discussion that we started having, is Whitsett has had lots of discussions with Robert and had him 3 times interviewed on his YouTube. And you can understand now, I can understand now after reading this heavy book, 1,014 pages, where Whitsett is coming from in relation to some of the matters relating to the ether and the distance of the universe and geocentrism.
Yeah, but we know it's all bullshit, though. Sorry, it's all bullcrap. So, because you read something in a book, that's where he's getting his ideas from. We knew that, and yeah, it's interesting. I'm gonna ask Brian if he said he did. I know Brian because he was like, "Holy shit, I never even thought of him." Thanks, Neil. I'm gonna write him an email right now. So Brian's gonna be on it, and I think you're right. It is key to knocking down the nonsense. It's not biblical. I'm tired of hearing it's biblical. It's not biblical. Nathan, you know how they throw the word science around to get cred, you know? Well, that's how they feel they're doing with the Bible. They're throwing around scripture and the Bible because they're using it to try and validate their belief. Oh, it's in the Bible, so yeah. No, it's not in the Bible. Show me where.
So what's exactly wrong with proving something by using the Bible?
There's nothing wrong. But when you're using the Bible to punt nonsense that's not in the Bible, just to validate your belief, then it's wrong. Show me in the Bible where heliocentrism is in the Bible.
Well, it's not
Can
in
you
the
show me
Bible.
one
The
place?
flat earthers. Yeah, it's not in the Bible. I agree with that.
Exactly. So,
Neil,
but everybody uses it. Heliocentrism uses it. Geocentrism uses it. Everybody uses it so they could push and peddle their nonsense. And the Eatherites use it. Same thing.
Neil, what I'm
It's like the
saying is that,
scientific. Go ahead.
yeah, so what I'm saying is that it's all good just saying that from your point of view. But Robert Sungenis is a very intelligent man. He's a Catholic apologist and he's a great debater, and he's written numerous books. And until you read his book, which is very, very
Dude,
heavy,
I'm going to cut you
just
off right there.
listen,
I don't got to
hear me
read
out.
a book of
No, just
nonsense. I don't have
no,
to
hear
read a
me out,
book of
Neil.
nonsense. Why?
Neil,
Because he's an
Neil,
intelligent
hear me
Neil,
out.
man?
Neil, Neil.
Neil, Neil, just hear me out, mate. When I'm done, I'll say I'm done. What I'm saying is that until you actually read the book, you can't comment on it. What I'm saying is that the new wave of anti-flat earth apologists are all reading from this book. This is their plan book. This is where they derive their plans from. All the same arguments. When you see them debating and they're looking at a screen, they're looking at this book. You need, if you're going to be a flat earther, you need to read this book to understand where the new wave of anti-flat earthers are coming from. That's all I'm saying. Done.
Yeah, now you can have your objection,
Oh,
Neil. You can say, I don't have to read any
Why
book,
is
blah, blah, blah.
Why isn't that you, Nathan, cut people off before they get even into the nonsense? But when I hear nonsense, I can't cut it off. I don't got to read a stupid book about geocentrism. I know exactly where they're coming from. Earth is not a sphere. Earth is not a globe. It's not geocentric. It's not heliocentric. We've proven that. I don't need to read anything. Yeah, I got time to
Neil,
read
do you
a
not think
freaking
creation is at
nonsense.
the center of creation?
You think I need to read a book over 1,000 pages about a guy spewing nonsense when I can read the Bible? I don't need to know where they're coming from. I know where they're coming from. We've been in this arena for over 7 years, Nathan, 10 years. We know where it's coming from. Oliver Heaviside, freaking the other Jabba the Hutt guy, and Robinson Jenis. Yes, he's been on Witsit. We know Witsit's locked to his side. He even agrees with him. More fool on him.
But Neil, what you've got to understand is that the acquirement of knowledge, and especially when it comes to flat Earth. Now, I've been around this subject for a long time. I've been in flat Earth since the early 2000s when it was in IRC. Now, when Robertson Jonas come out with his movie The Principle, that empowered, even though he was a geocentrist, that empowered flat earthers to be able to challenge the body of science at the time. And that's when really the flat earth exploded after the movie The Principle. So you've got to understand, even though you disagree with him, you've got to understand where he come from to acquire that knowledge.
I disagree, but you can go on and read all the books you want. I have all the knowledge I need. You want to read that book, John? To better debate Robinson Jenis? Brian will tear him apart without even reading his book. I'll guarantee that.
I didn't
just
say that.
just a quick question. I'm a new guy here in the channel. Is there some kind of a topic here, or just a free flow conversation, or what is going on?
You can talk about whatever you want.
Well, I do actually have one thing to ask. I don't know how acquainted you guys are with this video from J. Tolan Media One. I would like to just test the waters to see how familiar this is to everybody. There's this video, it's titled Mississippi River, Great Lakes, and Hudson Bay at 1,200 miles in infrared. It's at 1080p. It's, from my perspective, one of the most well-hidden videos on YouTube. You can practically not find it even by literally copy-pasting the title into the YouTube search. He just doesn't want to spit it out at all. Where this guy recorded, he was flying somewhere on the northern side of the Gulf of Mexico, and he was recording northwards towards the quote-unquote North Pole. And from what I can see at this point, this is at 9:51 into the video, you can literally see north of Hudson Bay, which is like 1,800 miles of distance, which is obviously just a nail in the coffin for any kind of ball earth discussion at all. So I just wanted to see how familiar this is for you guys, or am I just inventing hot water?
We actually looked at J. Tolan Media yesterday, but for different reasons. Yeah, I mean, we're all reasonably familiar with his long-distance photography work. It's cool.
Okay, thanks. Thank you very much. I don't know if other people are familiar with it. I would love to paste the link to this video if this can be done somewhere in here.
Are you familiar with his latest video? The one that we went over yesterday?
No, I just joined the channel literally yesterday, so I'm not up to date at all.
Did anyone pause Jay Tolan's video at 17:19 by any chance?
What does he say? Someone pointed out in the comments that he says it's a stage or something similar.
No, 1719 is where he has the high definition image of the Apollo landings on the moon.
Yeah.
Now, Jay Tolan himself sent me a message, laughed, and said 1719. And I believe, I've got to look at it, but I believe that there's some kind of like hidden message in that particular at 1719. I just got to open it up. I've got to rotate the image. I've got to have a look at the writing, but I think there's something hidden in there, but I've got to look deeper.
Just a quick question. How exactly did he get a high definition images? Because from what I managed to gather, apparently NASA, when they were releasing these images, they did some stupid process of projecting the footage they had onto a wall with some low quality projector, and then they recorded it with some low quality camera, and that's how they got the grainy nonsense that they published. So how did this guy obtain high definition stuff?
Didn't. There is no high definition. There is no footage from space. There is no moon landing footage. There hasn't been a moon landing. To travel to the moon would involve traveling via a sky vacuum.
No, that's not the point. I agree that there isn't footage of the actual moon landing. I'm talking the stuff that they did publish, how that stuff was created by this nonsense process that I just described, where they made some kind of footage and they then converted into this grainy nonsense where you can barely make out anything by this process of projecting it onto a wall and then recording it and something blah blah. So apparently there should be nothing high definition even of the fake stuff.
Is it me or does it seem like we're going in reverse? I don't know. Maybe it's me.
I don't know, what do you mean by that?
Why are we even talking about it?
I think Neil's objection is that you're describing footage and its legitimacy when the place it's come from is fake. You know, beyond that, That's it, really.
Yeah. From that point of view, obviously it makes no point discussing it. But when somebody mentions it and they say high definition, this is kind of the first thing that came to my mind, that there was nothing really in high definition. I don't know if from that era, even if they had anything high definition. So that was just the first thought that came to my mind. How, from where high definition, from the 60s? I don't know. That's kind of the first thought I got.
Yeah, where you're going, where did it come from? The 60s, we're going, where did it come from? A sky vacuum? It didn't.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's fake. It's fake. Definitely, it's fake. But the stuff that they recorded, the fakery that they created, couldn't have been in high definition in the first place at all, even though it's fake. That's why I'm mentioning it.
Yeah, but they got you talking about it, you see?
Okay, if that's success, more power to them.
I think you're missing the point of Jay Tolan's video. He clearly shows that he purchased equipment. So he was taking images from here, from the plane at the moon with his equipment, and then he superimposed his image with an image of NASA at 1719. And I think that's the key to the video. And I think everyone's going crazy about him making these outrageous claims, but I think it's the joke is at 1719. We just got to find it.
I'm kind of missing what is this 1719. I'm not familiar with it.
It's a timestamp in his most recent video where he's claiming to be looking at images from space. Fake, obviously fake images. But there we go. If there's a subtlety to it we've missed, fair enough. It was just too subtle, clearly.
Is it this biologics on the moon?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh, okay. My bad. No, he mentioned biologics on the moon. I don't know how familiar you guys are with Mud Fossil University.
What? What's the name of it?
Has anyone heard of Mud Fossil University? It's this guy who's studying fossils, but he has been able to find giants in many places. One of his finer finds was where he found like the last segment of a thumb, like from the knuckle on the thumb to the tip of your thumb, which was like maybe a little under 2 meters in size, in length. And he analyzed this stuff using CAT scan. And then he had a guy who was like a world famous anatomist. He was actually lecturing in autopsies, traveling around the world lecturing in autopsies. And this guy examined this find as well and confirmed it was this like final segment of the thumb. And then he also managed to do a DNA test on it from 3 different labs, and all 3 confirmed that it's human DNA. And I'm mentioning this because, yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna drop and rejoin, and hopefully I find myself in the right place, because I feel like this is an April Fool's joke.
Why? Because you said so, or because other people said so?
Now, what is the problem? This stuff that I was talking about, this giant that was found.
No, problem is Neil. It's not your problem. You can continue. It was interesting.
Yeah, the reason I was talking about who has found this giant is because this same guy, he believes in heliocentrism, and he was viewing NASA footage where he, using his newfound skills in spotting these biological objects, he ended up thinking that there are like chunks of meat flying through space. and he banned me when I commented on his video that he is capable to find and detect these giants and understand that these are actually giant creatures, but he cannot make the connection that what NASA did is they photographed something on Earth. They didn't realize it was a part of some kind of giant biological thing, and then they made a fake footage of it as if though it was some kind of a comet flying through space, not realizing the whole time that the chunk that they originally photographed to make this fakery was actually biological material. And this guy then from Mud Fossil University came, analyzed this footage from NASA, and came to the conclusion that chunks of meat are flying through space, fossilized, of course, which is complete nonsense. But when you understand and unravel it all the way, you actually realize that it is this process of how NASA fakes this footage. They didn't understand that they took a photo of something that was biological, and then they created an asteroid from that, and it's just utter nonsense. Similar to how Rob Skiba created that footage where he photographed, I think, of some part of Arizona, added some red tint to it, and created "quote unquote" surface of Mars, right? But in this example, it was a biological piece of material from these giants that they photographed, and then it created an asteroid from that. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Very interesting.
I dropped and rejoined. I guess it's not a joke. I'm in the right place.
Yeah, well, it's not a joke. I mean, when a guy takes a piece of evidence and analyzes it through DNA in 3 different labs, has a world-renowned anatomist examine it, finds the tendon attachment points, the nail grooves, fingerprint. You can still see the fingerprint grooves on this chunk of this final segment of thumb. And you can see on the CAT scan on the interior of this piece, you can see the higher density where the bone was. It's an actual giant, which was probably in hundreds of meters of height, or maybe not hundreds, maybe 100 meters or something like that. If this final segment of the thumb was almost 2 meters, you can imagine how big this guy was. So I don't think that's a laughable matter. That's a piece of evidence that was examined from 3 different angles. It's pretty difficult to discard that, other than just saying, it's incredulous, it's laughable, April Fools, and I don't know what. I don't think I can discard it just on the basis of something like that.
You missed my joke. It's okay.
Oh, I missed my. Oh, okay, my bad then. Okay, my bad. I don't want to take over the show, so that's it for me.
So they discovered Goliath. Okay.
You could call it like maybe, but Goliath was like, I don't know, 4 meters. This guy is like at least 10 times larger, and it's a small one. There are ones that were much bigger than even that. There's this insane
The
Nephilim, yeah. But I'm really derailing the discussion. I'm talking way too much and derailing everything, so I'm just gonna mute myself.
I was listening.
Just one quick question. Is there any way here I can paste like a picture or a link to a video? I only see all of your icons here, but I don't see any kind of a chat where I can paste something.
You got to enter the main text chat that's right above the voice channel. You see where it says main text chat?
Yeah.
Just hit that and you're going to see everybody's comments showing by.
Okay.
That's where you had a conversation with the other fellas just a few minutes ago.
Yeah. Okay, so that's
so
where I
right there,
paste and this. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Great. Okay, I just wanted to face this gigantic footprint. It's literally like there's a city next to it, and I think that this is visible from Google Earth. I just need to find it. So I'm just gonna mute myself for a while until I manage to find this stuff.
What's next? The mud floods?
Not
Atlantis?
about this time.
What about Atlantis?
What about Atlantis?
Well, let's continue on. Atlantis. What's another one I could think of?
Knowing history properly.
Guys, you're right. You're right. I derailed this way too much. My bad. I apologize. Let's get back on topic.
Is that Neil? Knowing history, who built this world?
Who built this world? You tell me. You know the history.
I don't know. You know, all that fires, but that doesn't matter, you know. Which fires? Do you know, Neil, anything about fires?
Oh boy. Tell me more.
Oh, give me more. Why?
I don't know what you're talking about. You're just saying fires.
Oh.
Tell me more.
Yeah. Why? That you can, after say, shall we speak now about fires or about Atlantis or about mud flood?
Oh, I see you're being sarcastic. I got it. Yeah.
No, Neil, I'm keeping to try to keep the positive energy.
Well, to keep the positive energy, you could read a 2,000-page book by Robert Sungenis. That might
Yeah,
increase the energy.
but also to read book, it will be better to not to read the book.
Unless it's hard covered.
I'm saying this. It's better to read some book than don't read it, because if you don't read, you don't know what is written in that book.
It's got to be a hardcover, though. Witsit reads hard-covered books.
Well, you know, Dr. Seuss had some really good stuff.
The Cat in the Hat. That used to be my favorite. Hello, am I in
Good
the right
morning,
place?
everyone. Morning. You're in the right place,
Morning.
Neil.
Well, you are in the right place. Neil's been moaning because there's been discussion of things like the Nephilim and what else was there in the pre-show? Tendons of
Robinson
things.
Janice.
Robertson Jenis. Yeah, there's been all sorts of stuff. But apparently, Robertson Jenis has got a lot of the new wave flat earth nonsense when it comes to ether tied up in some of his rhetoric in his 1,400-page book or whatever it is. So therefore, apparently we should be paying more attention to Robertson Jenis. Now, Robertson Jenis is a name that I'm reasonably familiar with from about quite literally 10 years ago. One of the very early people on this scene. So who of you lot is familiar, or are you all unfamiliar with Robertson Jenis and who he is and what he does?
I've seen, I think, some debate between him and I don't know if it was Rob Skiba or he was debating somebody. So I listened to him.
He's been on Witsit's channel, too. Witsit is in lockstep with him.
Okay, and should we read any meaning into the fact that we've got certain allegiances between a geocentrist, which is what Robertson Jenis is, and Witsit? Does that matter?
I'm
Well,
not enough into
we're
this
saying the
topic
Earth is
to
flat.
make anything of that.
Let's do some housekeeping. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge, formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
Negative. That would not be
Negative.
possible.
Negative. Negative. Yeah. Yeah. When we are on the topic of the curvature, I don't know if you were here, Nathan, while we were just discussing. I had a little experiment, and I wanted to kind of query or poll the house to see if anybody already heard about it. I invented it in my head, but probably exists already. I don't know if you were listening to while I was trying to introduce it.
Well, I'll read out this super chat, then you can reintroduce it for the live audience. Jardo says, "Hi, legends. My wife kicked me out from Discord before. She's trying to keep asleep. There goes my 1 in 6 month chance to participate." Well, thank you for the super chat anyway, Jardo. I really appreciate it. Right, fill us in.
Yeah, okay. So usually a mathematician, so I'll just try to do this as simple as possible. You'll probably recognize it. So imagine if it was a ball and you had the axis of rotation of the ball Earth, and you stuck onto this axis like a hand and pointed it towards some star. So you should be able to keep that hand stuck to the axis of the rotation of the Earth, pointed at any star throughout an entire day, without any change in the angle between this hand and the axis of the Earth. Agreed?
No, I'm not following along with that at all, but fine.
So just imagine the Earth is on its axis of rotation. Imagine this axis of rotation is like a long.
I can't. I'll tell you why. As soon as you say axis,
no, just keep following. Keep following. This is hypothetical. It's not trying to prove that it exists. I'm trying to build it up towards an experiment.
Okay, so imagine an axis with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. Okay, I'm imagining that axis. Go ahead.
You can do that as well. So if you, on the ball Earth, you have this axis and you literally stick a hand to it and point this hand towards some star. On the ball Earth, you should be able to keep pointing this hand at any star of your choosing throughout the entire day without any problems. Agreed?
Does anyone in my panel follow along with this? Because I'm not following along with this at all.
Maybe I'm
but we
explaining
got
this
to be easy.
very
We got
fully.
to educate them.
I want to follow along with the example and I can't. I don't know why. I don't know if I'm just slow this morning.
Oh my God. So the point of the example was, since obviously we cannot approach North Pole and use that, we could, from our point on Earth, wherever we are, we could stick a stick into the ground, stab a stick into the ground, point it at the North Star, and then just add an arm onto it. And if we were on a ball, which we aren't, I don't believe either, if we were on a ball, we should be able to track any celestial object, sun, moon, stars, whatever, throughout, as long as they are visible from the morning until they set. We should be able to track them with this arm without changing the angle between the arm and this stick that is pointed at Polaris. This should be true on the ball, but it should not be true on the flat Earth, because the celestial objects on the flat Earth are rotating above us, plus the refraction of the dome, etc. But they are definitely not moving, or shouldn't be moving, the same way that they are moving, that they should be moving on the ball Earth. So this simple, I call it the two-stick experiment. On the ball Earth, you should be able literally to stab one stick into the ground, point it at Polaris, and add an arm onto that stick. And without changing the angle on this arm, you should be able to track from the rise of any celestial object until it sets on the ball Earth, but not on the flat Earth. I suppose that maybe this already exists, or maybe I discovered something new. But maybe I explained that really badly.
Well, once you got that angle, you know it's flat.
Both your examples
Can you?
require a flat plane.
You are cutting off really badly for me.
One more time, John.
You're not conceptualizing a ball. You're conceptualizing a flat plane versus a flat plane.
Yeah, I did try and get that across to him before his example started.
No, I'm not conceptualizing a flat plane versus a flat plane. I've devised an experiment which behaves differently in the ball earth model than it
An
does
experiment.
in the flat. What?
But it's
It's
not
not
an
an
experiment.
experiment.
Why is it not an experiment?
Experiment is a
Because there's no
hypothesis
cause
test.
and
That's why. It's a cause and effect
But
relationship.
this is a hypothesis and a test.
Oh, okay.
The hypothesis is that if we were on a ball earth, the behavior of should be such that you do not have to change the angle of the arm. But if we are on a flat earth, you would have to change the angle to track the movement of the celestial objects. So it's
that's not a cause-effect relationship.
All right.
it
Right,
is a cause
but
and
define
effect.
angle.
No, your if statement is your presumed cause. You said if we're on a ball earth, okay.
Yeah.
How in nature do you vary ball earth? It's not a variable that you can vary, therefore it's not an if suppositional statement in a hypothesis that would be considered scientific to be called an experiment. That's why they're objecting to you.
Okay. I'm maybe not
Also,
fully following
the
what you're trying to
angle.
say. Yeah, go ahead.
We'll get on to why we're objecting
Also,
in a minute.
the angle.
Just so you know, we're not being pedantic. Go ahead, John.
Also, the angle that you're referring to, getting from the surface, requires a flat plane. So your suppositional, like they
No,
pointed
it
out,
doesn't.
it's not a.
It does not require a flat plane. No, it does not require. It does not require a flat plane because that beginning of the experiment, or not an experiment, wherever it is, when you stick the first stick into the ground and you point it at Polaris, the Polaris is fixed in both the ball earth and the flat earth models. So this first stick is well defined.
Oh, no.
What was that?
No. Are you getting an angle to something from the surface? Yes or no?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
No, I'm not negating any kind of an angle. The first step in the process, I won't call it an experiment, is you stick a stick into the ground and such that it points towards Polaris. Is this well defined or not?
He didn't ask you if you were negating anything, so that wasn't the question.
Just sorry to interrupt, guys, and just do a couple of quick shout outs. Shout out to Unitoxfirm, who says it's easier to do a drop over distance. Thank you for the super chat. Also, Jardo, who's also just gifted 10 memberships out. So thank you very much to all the people who've just picked up memberships. I'm sure on their behalf, they're thanking you, Jardo. Go ahead, my guys. Feel free.
So he didn't ask you if you were negating anything. It's just that, like, a lot of people in this conversation like the whistle past the most important part, as if it's inconsequential or doesn't matter, like it's going to switch somebody's argument. It's like, no, just acknowledge what John said. Don't say that you're not acknowledging it and then move beyond it, because I'm sure that his response to you was was a response specifically to what you were talking to. Don't blow past it.
Okay, my bad. If
Yeah, I
I
don't think
blew
he's
past something,
understanding
it
it.
was relevant. Yeah,
I mean,
go ahead.
it's definitely relevant. It's just all the
You're getting
examples.
an angle to Polaris.
The reason he's pointing it out to you, sorry to cut you off, John, is because all of the globe examples that to date get stacked up in false dichotomy, no offense, as you have done, are actually examples that utilize measurements of a flat plane in the first instance. It's just globe believers don't appreciate it.
Okay, fair enough. But I still didn't get any response as to if the first step that I've listed is valid on both the ball earth model and the flat earth model. Can I put a stick
You're
in
not
the
listening.
ground?
Why do you
What was
want to
that?
persevere in that? Why do you want to persevere in that? The answer to your question is that's not the first step. You can't make it the first step by ignoring the first step. So you need to change your language so that we know that you're being genuine. Like saying,
I'm sure he is.
okay,
Hold on.
after
I'm
the
sure he's not
first
being.
step,
I don't think he's being disingenuous. He's
I'm
just
not.
not following
No, no,
along
no,
with
no.
our example yet. That's all.
Okay, but with
Yeah,
his language,
I'm
he
not.
needs to. With his language, he needs to let me know that. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna guess whether or not he's being genuine. What I'm saying is, when we point out, well, when you say my first step is, and we point out, no, that's not the first step. I need an acknowledgement.
Okay, what do you mean by that's not the first step? Because I'm trying to lay out some kind of a process, and I'm saying
Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
that this is the.
understanding.
Neil, stop. Neil, stop. Go ahead, John. Try again.
All right. You said that you were going to take an angle from a stick. Now, I'm assuming the baseline of that angle will be the surface because the stick will be in the ground, right? So the ground will be involved in this, correct?
The ground will be involved in this, but the angle is not what is relevant. What is relevant is that the stick needs to point to Polaris. The angle is completely irrelevant.
So the basis of your attempted supposition is irrelevant?
The basis of my attempted supposition is irrelevant. How do you get to that? I'm not following you at all.
He's describing the angle that you're using in the first instance, and you're saying that's not relevant.
I was later on talking about the angle between this stick, which points towards Polaris, and the arm that is on this stick. But the initial first step that I posited was to just put a stick into the ground and make it point at Polaris, since in both models, Polaris isn't visually moving. It should be well defined to put a stick in the ground and point it at Polaris. So I'm not following what is the objection to that.
Are you going to
Can I
have an
try?
angle in both instances?
He used angle.
Excuse me, I didn't hear that. Can you repeat that?
Are you going to have an angle in both instances?
There will be an angle between this stick that is pointing towards Polaris and the arm that is on this stick. And the
Right.
angle
Okay.
between the
So,
stick and
right, right. So it is consequential then.
I'm not following you. What's your point?
Can I try?
Well, you're saying,
Sorry.
whatever.
Let me try this real quick. So the bottom line of the angle goes from where to where?
When I'm talking about the angle, there's only one angle that I mentioned. You have the stick, it
Okay,
points
an
towards
angle
the
is two
star.
lines. He's asking you what the bottom
Exactly.
line angle is to.
The
bottom,
first
the line on the bottom.
The first line of the angle, the first line of the angle is the stick pointing at Polaris. The second line of the angle is the arm that you attach to the stick, which leads to point to any celestial object.
Where's the end point? Where's the end point of that bottom line?
This first line is pointing towards Polaris. It's stuck into the ground at any point, irrelevant. The point where it's stuck in the ground could be anywhere on Earth.
Okay, and the bottom line of the angle, what's the end point of the bottom line?
End point of the bottom line. There are just two lines. The stick, which is stuck into the ground, points towards Polaris, and the other arm is stuck onto this first stick, and it points at a star or anything else in the sky. So I'm not quite sure what you mean by your question.
Let me try again. So the top line of the angle goes from the observer or from the ground to the star.
To Polaris,
yeah.
Specifically to Polaris, yes.
The bottom line of the angle goes from the ground to where?
When you say the bottom line, what do you mean by that? I'm not following you exactly. There are two lines, the stick that points towards Polaris and the arm. I call it the arm. The other line is the arm.
Do you have a diagram that I can share with the panel?
Yeah, I can draw it quickly. Just a second.
What
the other line is going to be on the ground.
Hang on, I've just come into this. What this man is talking about has to be a right angle triangle. It can't be just two lines, just a normal angle. It has to be a right angle triangle. Now we don't know what the point of this is. As I said, it just came in, but it can't have just two lines. It must have 3 lines.
No, you
If
can
it's
have
celestial
only
bodies,
2.
you must have 3 lines. Yes, it always has to be in an elevation angle with the celestial bodies, not just 2 lines. It always has to have
I
3
can't
lines. It
believe
always
that
has
I'm
to be a right angle
explaining
triangle.
this. Yeah, I can't believe I'm explaining this so poorly. Let me just mute myself for 2 minutes, 3 minutes until I manage to draw this on a diagram.
Well, when he tells us that the bottom line of the angle goes from the starting point to the horizon, we can then point out that he's using a flat Earth.
Of course. Where else could the line be going? I don't understand this whole thing. I really don't. I'm trying hard.
I think what he's trying to do is point to 2 random points on the celestial sphere, one being Polaris and one being another celestial, and then ignore that he's using the celestial sphere concept to establish these angles.
Well, we
What's
do
the
know he's
purpose
not
of
up to date with the flat Earth debate. Well, he's a new guy, Brian. I think it's his first time in here, so it's a lot of debunking the globe. So I think he's trying to put a little. He called it an experiment that he has. So we're trying to hear him out.
But what's the purpose of what he's saying? Is he trying to debunk the globe or prove the globe,
Yeah.
or what's he? Okay.
Yeah, he's a flat earther. So he's
But
just
I
got to
think
be educated.
I think what John said is correct, though. I think he's trying to point one arm, one stick at Polaris, and the other stick at any other star, or some other star. I think that's what he's trying to do. So it won't be using.
Okay.
It won't be using. It'll be 2 points going diverging away from each other, and the Earth will be underneath it.
Well, he's going to draw a picture, so hopefully we'll see what he's talking about. Oh, but Brian, I wanted to bring it up. The guy in the pre-show brought up Sungenis, and he's saying he's a key factor with his 1,400-page book. So you got to listen back and hear the whole thing of how that's where Whitsitt is getting all of his ether nonsense from. The guy's saying he could see where it's all coming from, and Sungenis is the key. And it's funny because you and I were talking about it Saturday, remember?
Yes. Yeah, I'm going to get back to you about that later on in the after show, okay?
Do a bit more housekeeping, see if that generates a bit more discussion.
Sure.
Any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
I would love to see it. Hasn't been demonstrated yet. Blue Marble Science said he had gas pressure without containment, but I think he had 3 or 4 containers.
So, to the guy that was speaking earlier, what's your name? Vic something or other? How'd you say your name? Oh, he's not taking part.
Were you asking me?
Yeah.
Were you asking me?
Yeah, people jumped all over you because of your use of the word science, right? And I said, we'll come back to it because I don't want to seem pedantic in the middle of the discussion and point you're trying to make, right? But there was a very specific reason why people jumped on you when you used the word experiment. And if you're
No, that's okay. I have no problem. I have no problem with people objecting to stuff. Actually, I'm all for it. So just
well, the main reason is because we've been deceived in that regard, right? So we've actually been led to believe that we've got scientific validity for the globe Earth and such like, and we just haven't. So knowing what science is, go on.
As I'm saying, I have no problem with people jumping all over my arguments. Actually, I'm all for it. If I say something wrong, just have at it.
Yeah, it's common to do it though. It's not like it's you as an individual. It's just everybody does it.
No, that's perfectly fine. I'm just saying I have no problem with it. That's all good. I'm not made of porcelain, so I can take it Here is my exceptionally good drawing. Let's
But
go.
when we did go through it in terms of the scientific method, did you follow along with what we were telling you?
I haven't been able to follow a few points where you were arguing why it's not an experiment. I didn't really catch what was the crux of the matter there.
Okay, well, in terms of what science is, if you understand what science is, you can then understand what it isn't. So when
Okay.
people say science, they're specifically dealing with the cause and effect relationship that you'd set up in an experiment. So the first step of that is to establish what you're actually studying. I observe a natural phenomena and ask, why is that happening? And that's normally where most people go wrong, because they'll start with something that either is a question of what is, as opposed to a cause and effect question, or they'll ask a question about something that's been induced by man, a man-made effect, a synthetic
Okay,
effect.
just a second. Don't go too deep into the rabbit hole. So related to what I was doing, I was trying to describe something which I called an experiment, which I wanted to relate to the question, why do the celestial objects move in the manner in which they move? So if you can relate it to how that is not an experiment, that will be much more helpful to me.
Well, like I say,
Hey, science.
to understand what is an experiment is to then understand what it isn't. So when you've used that term, so step one, observe natural phenomena. So in your example, there wasn't a natural phenomena being observed. You're just measuring angles to stars.
That's not exactly correct, because I'm observing the natural phenomenon of the celestial paths, and I'm asking
Perfect.
the question,
Okay.
why are they in the shape?
Just stop. Yeah, if you're observing the path of the stars, then the path of the stars is your effect that you're studying. Therefore, in the hypothesis, what you'll have is a presumed cause for that very specific effect. So the causal relationship is you suppose X will cause the movement of the stars in this instance. Because that's the...
Exactly.
So are you varying an independent variable to manipulate the movement of the stars? No.
I'm not following you exactly. With what do you mean? Am I varying an independent variable? Can you just elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. So after step one, you've observed something occurring in nature that you want to know why that happened. Step two is to suppose what you think causes that effect. So first you establish something called a dependent variable. That's a naturally occurring phenomenon. Then you suppose a cause that you can vary as a researcher, and that's called the independent variable. By the time you've got those two things, you've then formulated, by default, something called a scientific prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis. And the hypothesis states what you think causes the effect you observed in nature. That would be if...
Okay. I'm following you now. Okay.
Right. So to understand that to formulate an experiment is to suppose an if and then relationship with something observed in nature, you can then formulate a null alongside it, which is a statement that says, if my supposed cause, then I won't induce the effect I'm studying. That's called a null hypothesis or zero difference result. And a scientific prediction...
I apologize. I have a crying toddler. I will just jot off for a few minutes and I'll be right back. I apologize.
No worries. But for the audience's benefit...
And the second...
For the audience's benefit, just to round that out, once you've got both sides of the prediction, that's if A, my presumed cause, then B, the effect that I've observed in nature, and a null, if my presumed cause, then I won't induce the effect observed in nature, then you've got a scientific prediction. And upon variation of your presumed cause, you can either induce the effect or not induce the effect, and therefore validate one of the two suppositional statements, proving your prediction. That's science, as opposed to false dichotomies, what if questions, and so on and so forth.
And to the two models, we know how all the models, what measurements created those models, or what they're called models. They're not really models, but we know how they were formed. So when you say angle, it triggers something in us because we know what's getting ready to happen, which will be a false dichotomy.
So Jardo sent a super chat but has retracted the message. So I don't know what he actually said. But thank you for the super chat, Jardo. Really appreciate all the support today. So yeah, again, just to round that out, when he was laying down his example, all I'm hearing, the first thing he said was axis, right? We all heard axis. Well, John, if you beg my indulgence, what goes through your mind when you hear axis?
Yeah, plane of reference.
Yeah, a description that requires a plane of reference for the axis to be described from. So immediately you're into the requirement of a flat plane. So conceptually, for me, it's a real struggle when you're like, no, I'm describing how it works in the globe model. I'm like, I can't even conceptualize a globe model now when I try and tie it to a reality that we actually experience, because in that reality, we start with measurements of a flat plane to describe the axis of rotation of a sphere Earth. It makes no sense. So I literally struggle to conceptualize globe models now because I know what the Earth's measured as. How can you conceptualize I can't even say it now. How can you conceptualize a flat plane not being that when that's what you're measuring? It's a struggle for me, personally. I just can't do it anymore. When someone says globe model, two things that ring through my head. The first I've just went through. The second is QE going, okay, show it us. What model?
Yeah, but I think an important thing is the scientific method. That's what we're talking about in the churches too. I think they need to understand what the scientific method is. I think everything relies on that.
Yeah. The reason everybody is deceived into using this terminology wishy-washy and incorrectly, like experiment or science, is because the trick of the globe is to convince you that they've got science. Well, why would they want to do that? Well, because the method I just explained, with a scientific prediction incorporating a null, always offers proof at the end of the process. Without exception, you can only validate one of the two statements. You can only prove one of the statements is true. That is to say, it offers proof. Well, if you've got a methodology that offers empirical evidence, that's proof, for a suppositional statement, then you can hijack that without letting anybody know how the method actually works and say you've done an experiment, because then in the mind's eye of the listener, you've proven something. When in reality, if it sits outside the methodology I described, that is cause and effect reasoning based on a hypothesis with a naturally occurring phenomena, then it's pseudoscience if it's claiming to be an experiment or claiming to have a hypothesis, and it doesn't do those things I've just detailed, then it's, by definition, pseudoscience, a claim that has not adhered to the scientific method. So, everything outside of the scientific method that's claimed to be science isn't. Now, when you cast your mind to the science of Timotei shampoo or the science of Dunlop or Michelin tyres and the grip that they offer when they measure things, that's maths, you can see where the trick is used in a much more, let's say, friendly way, marketing. Yeah? It's not as malicious. They just want to flog tyres when they tell you they've done the science. Well, no, they haven't. They've taken some measurements. But you hear a word that you've been trained in school to understand means proof. So when Dunlop tyres are scientifically shown to be given the best grip on the track, you think it's proven that they give the best grip because that's what the marketeers said. In reality, they're hijacking a method that offers empiricism for marketing reasons. And that's the same for the globe. Now that we'll get from the friendly, as I call it, marketing reasons to bullshit with science, the globe does it. We were told when we first got here that the whole body of science proves we're on a globe. No, it absolutely doesn't. It's a category error. So what is question? It's not a cause and effect relationship. It's not even open to scientific inquiry. It is open to mathematical inquiry. That is to say, measurement. When you open it up to mathematical inquiry, Earth is measured flat. So to conceptualize sphere Earths that have been described to be scientifically proven, outrageous, it's important to understand why we would jump on somebody when they say they've got an experiment, even if they're trying to juxtapose it with a globe Earth that fails and an angle to a flat Earth that is only possible in both sides of the example. But to use science is an affront to what we do here. Hence, we've all jumped on you. But I just thought it was worth a lengthy explanation, despite of your kids
The image
distracting you.
isn't.
Go ahead, Neil.
Sorry, Nathan. The image isn't Master B, and John was right. Hello?
Sorry, I'm just bringing up things on screen to talk about. So QE Live will be going out. So QE's also sent us a message. And he will be going out live at 6 p.m. UK, because we haven't had our clocks change yet here in the UK. And I believe it's 1 p.m. US Central. So be here or be sphere for QE Live, open discussion on the Quantum Eraser channel. So I do actually get to do a proper plug for it, as it's Tuesday, we are live, and his show is obviously following this one later on this evening. So check him out, be here or be sphere. I'm sure people will hopefully put links to his channel at the very least, although he hasn't published his show yet, or typically doesn't. You all going to be on open discussion later this evening, gentlemen?
Yes, we'll be discussing the Witsit and you. We are going over that. It's going to be a treatment.
Well, it's had a rehearsal, so I recorded the dress rehearsal and published it to members yesterday. So you were going through, but just with language that was just so beyond wanting to put out to the public. It'll never make it as a public video because of the language. But it's a members video, so you can check that out if you want to see it. Call it a dress rehearsal, but QE going through Witsit gets its various nonsense, but just with all the blue language that we'd use if we weren't being recorded, even though we were. Anyway, check that out if you're
I
a
did
member.
not know that, or I would not have cussed as much.
Well, once you get into a bit, so Brian asked at one stage, he's like, "You recording?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Is the Discord server here?" I'm like, "No." So he's like, "Okay, right." Then he goes through a particular point of order that he didn't want recording or didn't want to be sharing because it's something he's currently doing that he hasn't published yet. Fine. But once that was done and QE brought up the video and I'm doing the dishwasher and stuff and there's, it's just you in the background. As soon as I heard him recording, as soon as I heard the recording of what he was going through, I'm like, it's quite nice to actually catch you guys going through things in a very naturalistic way. Now, if that happens to be very sweary, because that's how we are. I sometimes slip probably more than you guys do on the actual live shows. But no, there was nothing secretive about what we were doing, and it was effectively a dress rehearsal for what QE will be doing on Quantum Eraser Live this evening. Just he'll do it without the blue language. But there was something quite special about that, going through it without necessarily thinking that, I need to be concerned. And I always have my disclaimer that if I'm here on recording, you should be aware I'm not going to be here for any other reason. I happened to have disclaimed to Brian maybe an hour or two prior that I wasn't at that particular moment, which I wasn't. That was not a lie. So anyway, yeah, that's available for members. Like I say, it'll probably never reach the public because of the language.
You can help me. I was wondering.
Hold on, I think either Elder Bear's hot micing or he's got something he wants to ask.
No, I was just wondering. I wondered if they're on, FED somewhere there was a resource that might show me where the globe model is common, where the commonalities of the globe model are with the flat Earth that you describe. I wonder if that might help me to understand which bits, from the globe model correlate to the flat Earth. I know you don't call it a model, but there are lots of images and ideas, and there seems to be a lot of commonalities. And I wondered if there was some resource somewhere that would say, yes, this we agree with, this we don't agree with.
Well, there's a couple of things that spring to mind. One is latitude, the other is the
We don't
Haversine
agree with
formula.
anything.
My bad, Neil. The Haversine formula is a conversion to curved. Are you aware of that, first of all?
No, I could look into that. I was just wondering because it seems to me, it's like Brian's doing a map, for instance. It just looks like the globe squashed flat, with all the things. And I think, well, they did say that none of this has been proven. We don't know anything about that model, and we refute that model, but it seems to be central to the images of the models and the descriptions that you give. And so I get a bit confused on that because, it seems like it's a reification of something that you deny exists.
No, you have it all backwards, Elder Bear. The measurements that created the globe mathematically, because the globe is purely mathematical, those measurements are flat plane measurements. They're flat earth elevation angles to Polaris. That's what gives us the latitude and longitude grid. That latitude and longitude grid is then mathematically turned into a sphere of radius 3958, etc. miles.
I thought nobody had measured that. It couldn't be proven.
It's measured all the time. People measure longitude all the time.
Yeah, but nobody's seen the all. That's what I mean. How can you have an image of the all and put it onto a flat construction of a map, like a model, if nobody's seen it, nobody's measured it, nobody knows really anything about it?
The thing that you're talking about, right? The globe that you're talking about, that's a mathematical hijacking of the original measurements. Every time someone makes one of these measurements, they're using a flat plane.
But how would you know that if nobody's seen it?
Because the way let me just answer him. He's asked 3 times, Brian. Because that's how an angle measurement works. That's how an elevation angle measurement works. It has to be flat for you to take that angle measurement.
But then you're relating it to the globe, aren't you?
No, we're not.
No, we're not to do with the globe.
Well, you're polar-centric.
The globe
That's
is
correct, because things are polar-centric.
If you go east or west, you go in a circle.
Yeah,
that's correct.
But nobody knows what it is.
What is?
Yeah, what does it though? Because nobody's done that in reality. You said so.
We do it in. Hold on. You keep saying. Hold on, Brian. Hold on. Everyone, stop. Stop.
Please.
You keep saying we don't do it in reality. That is our system of navigation, though. We do use latitude and longitude grid, and it is measured daily. What are you talking about? Why do you keep saying we don't use it when we do?
We point to a light in the sky to find the direction we want to go in. But that doesn't tell you all, does it? Doesn't tell you everything.
Tells you the direction you're going in on a map.
You have
when you say making these generalizations, Edebear, I'm just trying to clarify. When you say doesn't tell you everything, no, it doesn't tell you how to make a great cup of coffee. It does tell you how to move around on a map with respect to the angles to those lights in the sky with respect to positions on the ground, otherwise known as map. Why is he jattering through me? What is your malfunction?
I don't know.
What's your malfunction? Last chance.
To derail a show.
Yeah, just make it into a shit show, right, Elderbear?
No, let me have a go.
Just asking. I'm trying to understand.
No, what you're doing is jabbering through the top of me while I'm explaining something to you. Talking about how we actually use the angles with respect to positions on the ground. Now, you're like, it doesn't explain everything. Okay, yeah, it's nice to hear that through the middle of my statements. Wonderful. I'm really pleased to have the interruption from you telling me that it doesn't tell you everything, some generalization. No, it tells you how to move around the ground. And people successfully navigate with these systems that are flat by nature. The angles necessitate the ground be flat. No other way can you acquire elevation angles. There you go. Finally got to the end without jabbering through the middle of it.
Okay. So the globe that's on the table, that's only for, not for educational use, you can just roll that out flat and that's it, is it? Is that what you're saying?
No.
No,
okay
nobody. Literally, nobody said that. So, is this another one of those?
If I look at Brian,
are they are they perpendicular? Because that's what you're saying. Because you've just told us that we roll out balls that have got acquisition from a shop that's a toy shop, roll out ball flat. Nobody said that. Literally nobody said that.
Well, Brian's new map looked like
Well,
that,
if-
and most
if
of
he
those
wants-
maps
Yeah,
do
that's
look
why I
like
want
that.
to address
Like the
him.
globe has
That's why
been
I want to
squashed
address him,
flat,
Nathan, because he's
which
bringing up
wouldn't
my
be
map.
possible, by the way. And
Yeah, hang on.
and so, you know, I wonder when you don't know anything about Polaris and its geographical position, because it's not ground position, it's geographical. You already said nobody knows where that is, but you
Which means
placed it in the
ground.
center of your model.
Geographical means point
The same,
on
just
the
the
earth.
same, and you don't even know where it is or if it exists.
What we don't know what is or if what exists.
Well, any of that stuff on the map.
It's just a generalization. Any of the stuff on the
Hang
map.
on.
Yeah, we do know
Yeah.
stuff exists on the map. He's just making these
please.
crappy generalizations, Brian. It's
Hang on.
annoying.
Nathan, please leave me
Then
answer.
you know everything. Then you know the all.
Elder Bear, please, everyone. Elder Bear, right? Because Elder Bear, right? You said that east and west are perpendicular to north, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if I want to go from Ireland, if I want to go to the United States, I must go east or I must go west. If I want to go to Asia, I must go east, right? If I'm in America and I want to go to Asia, right, without crossing Europe, I must go west, right? So how can someone in America go west and end up in Asia, and me go east and end up in Asia, if east and west are two opposite ends of a straight line? A straight line doesn't meet. There's no meeting with a straight line.
Yours go in a circle, your straight lines.
Never mind what I do. You're making a claim that east and west are perpendicular
I'm
to
just
north.
asking.
That means they never meet. That means they never meet.
Well, I couldn't imagine that they, you know, if they're straight lines and they're perpendicular, I
So
can't
they never
imagine
meet.
they'd go in
So
a
you're claiming
circle.
they never meet. So you're claiming they never meet, which means that someone in
I
America
don't know.
can't go west.
I don't know whether they
Can't go
do
west and
any
get to
more than
Asia,
you
and
know.
someone in Ireland or
Hang on,
Britain
Brian.
can't go east and get to Asia.
No, I didn't say
You
that.
seem,
I said I
yes,
don't
you
know
did.
that,
You
and you
said
don't either.
perpendicular to north. That's what you say. Now, I've just have to shown everyone how much absolute rubbish that is, and how easily it is to destroy that claim.
But so you know that if you go east, you go in a circle. Is that what you said? You know that.
Yes, it's proven by the fact that you can go west from America and end up in the same place that you can go east from in Ireland. You can't. Otherwise, east and west are a straight line, and a straight line can never have the two ends meet.
Look, if Edinburgh wants to deny circumnavigation, that's fine.
He's trying to say that east and west is a straight line. He's trying to say that east and west never meet.
I'm just trying to work
Why
out
are you
where the
arguing
globe.
about this when the same thing happens both on the ball Earth model and on the flat Earth model? The same thing happens. If you go east, west, you end up at the same place.
I was about to say.
Please Elder Bear off. I want to hear what Elder Bear has to say, please.
Well, it was a very good point that the guy just made.
Hang on.
Talk about.
Leave Elder Bear off.
I'm just trying to work out. I'm just trying to work out where the globe ends.
Because you're saving him.
I'm not
I'm
saving
trying to
him.
work out
like, is there something fundamentally that he's saying that doesn't make sense?
Forget about it. Just forget about it.
Thanks, Eli. Thanks for derailing
just forget
that.
about it.
Just forget about it.
Yeah, it totally derailed it. I asked you to leave it off, and you wouldn't.
Oh, well, Brian, that's what happened.
We could have got back to it. Hold on, we could have got back to it.
Okay,
Just let Brian finish with Elder Bear.
Okay.
And then we'll get back to that guy's claim.
All right, I'll wait 35 minutes. Sure, go ahead, Brian.
I don't
That's
need the
not fair,
sarcasm either.
Well, I was trying to get in before too, so okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, but Elder Bear has been addressing me. I was addressing Elder Bear on his claim yesterday, right? And then he tried to say it wasn't his claim yesterday, and he's trying to do the same thing today when it is his claim. And he's been addressing me in comments underneath my post, my community post, in the past 24 hours. So, Elder Bear, you're claiming that east and west are two ends of a straight line. So how can someone in America go west and end up in the same place that I can go east from and end up there? How is that possible if they're a straight line? Because I can't go in a completely opposite direction to the other person unless it's a circle and and we both end up in the same place.
No, and I can't either.
Didn't ask you.
No, but it's obvious that they're not a straight line. I mean,
straight line. please, hang on, please. How are you working out
because
the
the
straight line?
cardinals-
How can east and west be two? How can east and west be perpendicular to north? You're claiming a
because they're
straight line. That
cardinal
means that can
directions,
never
they
meet.
are.
You're claiming this, Elderbear. This is your bullshit claim
Because they
that east and
because
west are
they're cardinal
perpendicular to north.
directions.
You've taken this claim on, and now you're trying to
No.
avoid supporting it.
No.
See
From
where
what I've
trolling
heard
gets
is
you
that
and
the
not
globe-
understanding the claim.
globe-
You see where you don't. You see where not
All right,
understanding
you
what
talk
they're
over me,
talking about
Brian.
gets you.
Bye. You talk over me, Brian, like you tell me not to talk over you. Okay, carry
Go
on.
on.
I'll find the resources and I'll come back and ask another question. I just want to know
No.
where the
Let's
globe,
go through this,
where the
Elderbear.
globe
This is
model.
your claim.
All right, do it again. Bye.
No worries.
Yeah.
Thank God.
See you later. Yeah. Do you see what happens when people come here with rubbish claims that they got from someone else? I know where he got that claim, and that other person never gave it any thought, and now Elderbear never gave it any thought, and now he's coming here trying to troll us, not realizing what he's
No, he's
claiming.
just decided he's going to rumpus you anyway. He bid goodbye at his failure point, and now he's deciding to continually rumpus while you summarise his garbage argument that he failed with.
Yeah.
Right.
He wants to derail the show.
Wherever I
Bring him
hit,
off.
Can you
Leave him
please stop,
supporting you.
Elderbear, please can you stop
Wherever
derailing the
I-
show? You said you were going to disappear.
well, Brian kept talking over me because he said I shouldn't talk over him, and he does exactly the same.
Well, you
so
just
what's
started
the point?
talking through him, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
Elderbear.
Brian.
Go-
Just
go
carry
ahead,
on your point.
Elderbear.
Carry on, Brian. Brian.
I'm trying to leave here for Elderbear.
I'm just trying to
Suppose you
work
say.
out where the globe ends and the flat Earth begins, having been
The globe
told
doesn't
that the
exist.
globe is an unsubstantiated model. But you use the globe and integrate that into the flat Earth model.
No, we don't.
And I'm a bit
I
confused
don't
about that.
have
And
a
I'm
flat
just
Earth model, and I don't
interested.
use any globe because it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
I can't
but
use
you're
something that
drawing
doesn't
one,
exist
Brian.
anywhere.
Your map will show one. But anyway,
No, my map
that
will
all
show
comes-
the map I have. You just made a claim there. My map, right, is taking a hijacked projection, right, and trying to put it back into its original form. Now,
I know you
you
don't make
made a
any
claim
claims, but
that
there's
east and
lots of
west
images
are on a
put
straight
out.
line. You have to support that.
Well, that's
Or
what
else I would have to ask you
logically
what else.
appears in my mind. Because if the
Yeah, but
if the
what about your
globe
east and
doesn't
west
exist,
claim,
and you
Elderbear?
said it doesn't
You
exist
said east
in the
and west are
model that's
perpendicular to north.
presented, then I have to wipe that out. Yes.
Hang on, you said east and west was perpendicular
And
to
see,
north.
it's
That was
mapped
your
that way.
claim.
If you go, if you use the maps, like in the UK, that's how that's how the grid is: north, south, east, west,
No,
perpendicular.
you're getting mixed up. You're getting mixed up with the XY grid and a compass.
I have a
That's
question
XY.
when it's appropriate.
One
if
second,
that,
please. One
whenever
second.
you're free.
Hang on. One moment. Leave us go through this.
Well, that's
You're
all I
getting
want. I
mixed
was
up
just trying to
with
work
the XY
out
grid.
the
That's an XY grid.
crossover. That's 2D. I'm just trying to work out where it crosses over.
No, I'm
Right,
trying to
that was
work
all.
out how
It
you're
just seems to
claiming
me
that
that
east and west are perpendicular to north. I know you're not supporting it, that claim.
because
Where is your support for that?
because they're the cardinal. They're the cardinal directions. That's
They're
that's
not
what I've
cardinal
always known it
directions.
to
There's
be.
only one cardinal direction. That's north. There's only one cardinal direction. Now you're claiming the east and west are perpendicular to north. That makes them a straight line. Two opposite ends of a straight line.
How do you know they're not? How do you know they're not?
Because I can go west from America and end up in Asia. I can go east from Ireland and end up in Asia. How is that possible if it's a straight line? Straight line. The two ends of a straight line don't ever meet.
Neil.
I can't do that. I haven't done that myself. So, yeah. Well, I haven't done that, so I can't say that is true. Go in a circle. Go east and come back to where I started. I don't know that I can do that.
Well, then you're claiming, but you claimed it's a straight line, Elderbear. How can someone go west from America and end up in Asia, and me go east from Ireland and end up in Asia if east and west are two opposite ends of a straight line? Straight lines, the two ends of a straight line never meet.
Yeah, but they're straight lines, aren't they?
Yeah, but they don't meet. They are two ends of it. I don't care if they're a straight line. The two ends of a straight line don't ever meet, and you're claiming that they must.
that's
the-
common with the
that's the
globe
inference.
then. Those straight lines curve, go in a circle.
No, that came from a
That's
flat
just a
Earth
commonality.
first.
They're not straight lines.
Hold
You're
on.
claiming they're straight. Hang
No,
on,
let me just
Nathan.
correct him,
He's
Brian.
claiming they're
No,
a
No,
that,
straight line.
hello,
He has yet
hello,
to support they're a
hello,
straight line.
hello. No, those lines came
Hello.
from angle
Hello.
measurements off a flat Earth first. You keep
Yeah,
saying from a
but he-
globe.
Yeah, but that
No,
hasn't been
don't go
measured.
into
at
that.
flat
Don't
Earth.
take the
You're
red herring,
reifying
Nathan.
that too.
He's don't.
There isn't a
Elderberry,
flat
you're
Earth to
claiming the
measure.
east
You
and west
haven't
are
done
two
that.
opposite ends of a straight line.
Yeah, in
So
my
how-
yes. To me, they are. Yes.
Sorry
To
to
you they are,
interrupt.
but that
May I
doesn't mean
ask
they
a
are. Then. So it
quick
means that you
question?
don't. To you,
May I
two
ask
ends
a
of a
quick
straight line can
What
meet.
do you think, geeks? Do you think
No.
straight through the middle of
Turn into a
Brian
bit
is
of
the
a-
right time to talk? No,
Yeah, it can't
obviously
shut up
not.
whoever it is.
Yeah, I was just
So
trying to. That's all I'm trying to do, Brian, is work out which bits
But
of the
that's not what
globe
you're
I
trying
can
to do, Elderberry.
incorporate
You're
into
trying to
the
come in here and
flat
make
Earth.
claims and not support them.
I'm
When
telling you
you
about
say
what I understand it
perpendicular,
to
that's
be.
a very specific claim.
You claim it's that. You're claiming that. This is the cutting edge of flat Earth knowledge, isn't it?
Now, I don't need ad homs, right? And
It's
insults.
not an ad hom. It's a
Right,
statement. It's a
you
statement
claimed
made the other
yesterday.
day.
You claimed yesterday that east and west were perpendicular to north. Perpendicular.
Well, they
right,
are, aren't they?
That is
On the
that
cardinal
is
directions
90-degree angle.
perpendicular.
That's 90-degree angle.
Yeah, you know. Well, that's
That's
what you
straight
do
lines.
when you. All right. So if you some Indio talked to me the other day, and he said, if I face east, he took me to the Eiffel Tower. I don't know why he did that. If I faced east and I put my left arm out pointing at the Eiffel Tower, if I walk east, he said I'll go round in a circle round the Eiffel Tower.
Right. But what am I Indio? You said that
No,
east
well,
and
I
west
just
were two
no,
opposite
from
ends of a
there.
straight line. You
From
said
there, I
that east and
imagine
west
that
were
I
two
would
opposite ends of a
walk.
straight
Oh,
line.
God.
When you said they were perpendicular
Stop
to
a
north.
second, Brian.
Yeah, right. So
Yeah,
from there, I would walk
Edderbear,
east,
stop,
and
stop,
gradually
stop,
the
stop,
Eiffel
stop,
Tower.
stop,
Hang on.
stop.
No,
No,
I'm
you're talking straight through the middle of Brian. So he addressed your straw man. He's like, I'm not indigo. And then he carried on and you just started rumpusing him. So if you don't mind. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. You said yesterday the east and west were perpendicular to north. That's two straight lines making two 90-degree angles, right? One either side of the straight line to north. So that means that east and west has to be at two opposite ends of a straight line. So how does that work?
Right.
When I can go west from America and end up in
It's
Asia.
the third
east from
time you've
Ireland
done
and
it,
end up in Asia.
Edderbear. He wants
Keep
to
doing it.
concisely lay down his claim. And every time he gets to the point that annihilates your stupid nonsense where you've got straight lines that are actually circles, you rumpus him. You've done it every time.
Sounds like the globe.
Yeah, you've done it every time.
Yeah. Because, Elderberry, you know what the problem is? You think that you have epic information, but you don't. So I'll ask you again.
No, I don't have questions.
Perpendicular is two straight lines. So if east and west are perpendicular to north, that would mean that there's a straight line to north, and east and west are perpendicular. That's 90-degree angles at either side of that straight line. That means they're at the opposite end of two opposite ends of the same straight line. Now, how is that possible? If I can go west from America and end up in Asia, and I can go east from Ireland or England, you can go east and end up in Asia. So how can that work when the two ends of a straight line can't ever meet?
I can't do that.
But who said that you can have a perpendicular, actually a right angle between a curve and the...
Please,
Heathcote guy, I'm trying to keep order.
I can't do that, and I haven't done that.
You can't do what?
But, you know, so I can't go...
You can't do what?
Well, I can't walk east. You know, I haven't done that. I can't walk east and expect to come back to where I started.
Yeah, well, people do it. They
Well,
travel.
hang on, we're talking about traveling. You can do
all right, I know.
Right.
But people have measured the Earth,
you won't because
with the radius,
you won't because
apparently.
you'll end up drowning because you walk into the ocean, right?
I
I'm
know.
not talking
Well, that's
about
why I
you
couldn't
walking.
walk. That's why I
Brian,
said I
he's
couldn't
doing
do
it again. He's
meters.
just yattering through the top of you like a total
Well,
asshole.
Brian yattered through me.
You know
Jesus,
why? You know
he
why?
yattered through
Because
me.
Elderbear, you know why? You think you have epic information because you're hanging around over at Bev's.
No,
and you
I
think
don't.
Bev gives
I'm
you
testing.
epic information. Well, I know for
No,
a
he
fact that
doesn't.
he doesn't. I know for a fact.
No, but
I know
listen,
for a
Brian.
fact.
He's still doing it.
that
He's
I've
still
heard
doing
you
it,
say
Edderbear.
things
You're
that are
not
wrong
letting him
on
get a
Bev,
sentence
and Bev's
out.
not
Brian,
correct you.
Brian, I'm trying to take control. You just keep yammering through the second word of his sentence. No, I'm not. No. You're making it inaudible. Please, can you stop? Please, now you're doing it to me. While I request that you stop doing it, please, can you stop doing that, Edderbear?
So, Elderbear, are you going to address your
Immediately, just kick him out. The guy's an asshole.
No,
Within
listen,
one breath
there's a
of me
gap. I
asking
didn't
him to
know
not
whether
do
Brian
it,
was talking or me.
he's doing it
It's fine.
straight
Carry
through
on,
me.
Brian.
One of the server mods, please, can you just remove him from the call? He's an asshole. Don't want to deal with him anymore. Sick of
He
having to raise
just
my
wants
voice
to
to him.
derail the show. I keep telling you that.
Yeah,
but the
he's
point
decided.
is I wanted to hold him
Hold
down.
on, Brian. He's decided he wants audio chaos. He wants the show to be garbage, so he's going to yammer and yatter through the top of every second word Brian says. He's had 3 attempts to listen to How Can I Go Round and Meet Myself at the same point I started, basically in a circle, if you're saying their lines. Every single time Brian's come to make that question of him, he rumpused him. That's the fact.
He did it yesterday.
Hello,
too.
may I ask a question?
Bev does the same thing. Bev will talk straight through you when you're trying to say something to him. He'll ask you a question, try and tell him something, and he'll talk straight through you. You know what I mean? He's over on Bev's thinking he's getting epic information. Who do you think told him that east and west was perpendicular to north? Where do you think he got
Brian,
that from?
you went over that 5 times yesterday and again today, and he's still talking right through you at the end. He's a derailer, and he just wants a shit show.
East and west.
One.
East and west are perpendicular in the compass.
That's the compass node.
Right.
That's
not
May I
reality.
ask a question?
Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Yes, fine.
Thank you, thank you. I'm just going to put something in the side, main text chat. I just wanted to ask Mr. Oakley. I mean, this is a measure of the last 2 months of your views on videos. How do you feel the fact that your channel is not growing; it's actually decreasing in terms of popularity?
So we went through this
How do you
yesterday.
feel about that?
Kick him out.
How do you feel about it? It's decreasing.
Are you
No
going to let me
one's
answer?
watching. No
Sorry,
one's watching.
now that you've got your claim, are you going to let me answer? So you haven't got the correct statistics. You don't have access to my statistics. I've already gone through this with you yesterday. What you have gleaned isn't my statistics. When I told you that my channel's not receding in views, it's growing.
Yes,
Those are based on.
It is.
So what you
And you
actually want
won't-
to
and you
do,
won't prove it
geeks,
wrong.
you don't want a
But you won't prove it
discussion,
wrong.
geeks. What you want to do is chant through the top of me like the last asshole did. You want to chant your narrative through the top of my response, which is to say that
My
you
true
have...
narrative, yes.
Yeah, your narrative is that my channel's dying. I heard it yesterday.
It is dying. No one's.
I heard you chant it through me. Now you're chanting it through my response, which is to say, no, it isn't. I watch my statistics daily. It is not dying. It is growing. I can show my statistics. I'm not going to show you based on the fact that you want to punt a narrative that it's doing something else based on the limited statistics that you have gleaned. Have you measured every single one of my, 4,000 videos to see what they all do collectively? Of course you haven't. It's absolute outrage. You've got a narrative that you want to punt. Your narrative is Flat Earth is dying. And the way you're going to punt that narrative is by telling me my channel's dying. By looking at a limited amount of statistics that you can glean and say, by my estimation, your channel's dying. No, it is not. It is growing. I watch the stats.
Can I just interrupt again for a minute?
Oh, then post the stats if you can prove it. But it's not. It's not. It's dying. No one's watching. Less people
So you
watching.
keep repeating
Sorry.
your narrative. Yeah? You're not going
Yes, I
through
am. Yeah, that is my
stats.
narrative.
You're not
That's my
going
claim.
through
That's
where
my
you've got
claim.
the information. You didn't answer my question. I asked you a question about the videos that I've got. Have you assessed all of the videos and how much views all of them collectively acquire? Yes or no?
I have. I have. These are the
Where have
last
you
2 months.
acquired this information from?
Statistics from YouTube, and it's dying. No one's watching. Less and
Where
less
did you
people
get
are
the
watching.
statistics from?
Ooh, now that is a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm asked it 4 times.
No, I'm not going to tell you, but it's dying.
You're not going
What
to
is-
tell me. YouTube don't publish my statistics. They're my statistics. I get access to my statistics. You don't. You get Social Blade and other garbage gleamings of statistics that don't offer any real information. That's what you
Yes,
get.
I do. Yes, I do. That's what I see. I know what's going on in the background. and your
So
channel's
what,
dying,
even if it's
does that
dying,
piss
does
you
it
off?
mean that
Does
he's
it anger
wrong?
you? Does it piss you
Quiet,
off that no
quiet
one's
for a
watching?
second.
Yeah, it does piss me off. It pisses me off because it's not true.
Oh, if it's not true, then you have no problem with posting your statistics. Go ahead, do it, do it, do it. I dare you.
Why would I justify
What
you
is the
telling me
relevant?
about my statistics? I am interested in my statistics. I'll watch what my growth does and I'll react. You'll know when my channel's doing badly and it's not growing because you'll see me churn out hundreds of videos, edited videos that have taken hours and hours of work to produce to make sure the needle's going in the right direction. Just for my audience's benefit, while I'm going through this with the Discord line server shut, he has yammered non-stop through the top of my disclaimer. He hasn't listened to a single word I've said. Now one of the moderators has had to server mute him because he's decided he wants to push his narrative through the top of what I'm disclaiming. If my channel is doing badly, you'll know about Vitaco. What is your malfunction? Vitaco. Have some bloody mic discipline. I'm in the middle of a sentence. You'll know when I'm doing badly because I'll be doing something about it. That is to say, churning out lots of short videos, lots of shorts, lots of 10-minute videos and 30-minute clips. That's what you'll see happening when I see the statistics go down.
My bad. Can I put a
Nathan,
sentence in?
you don't have to answer to this guy, Nathan. Kick him out.
What is the relevance? What's
There
the
is no relevance. He's got a narrative. Flat Earth's dying. That's his narrative.
No,
That's
not
it.
Flat Earth. Your channel is done.
Well, it isn't.
No one cares about what you guys have to say in this channel.
Okay, what are you doing here?
Let me get it
What
straight.
are you doing here then?
Let me get it straight. That's contradictory. By virtue of you putting effort into apparently studying my statistics, saying that nobody cares when you're going out of your way personally to study the statistics of the channel. That's absurd.
It is. Can we move away from it now?
Go ahead. What's your question?
So I pasted that, I can't even call it a chart or whatever, an image of how I imagine that non-experiment or however we're going to call it, with a stick and an arm. I don't know if you've seen it.
It's in Master B.
Unitox
It's in
Femis.
Master
The
B.
main,
Sorry, just a quick shout out to Unitox Femis. Says, if channel doing badly, water will start to curve. Yeah. So we're back onto
If water started to curve.
we're back onto some non-experiment.
the non-experiment,
Just
exactly.
real quick
Let me
before
just, yeah.
Wow, this how hilarious.
Yeah, Eli's been trying to get in, man.
Oh look,
Let me
there's the
just,
stick
it's
at
okay.
a
He pasted
particular.
it again.
There's the stick at a particular angle that would be unreadable if it weren't an angle. So you have the angle of the stick, and then you have what's happening on the arm.
Okay, but why are you focusing so much on this angle
Why
between
am I
the
not
stick and the
skipping a
ground?
step, which is what I told you in the beginning? Why do you feel the need to skip the most important step to tell us that
Because
it's
it isn't
irrelevant
important at
and
all.
not necessary?
Yeah, because I'm saying that that angle is complete.
That
What?
angle's not possible if the ground's curved. That's the point.
Yeah, but the angle is irrelevant.
Sorry, it's not possible.
I haven't.
It's your description of an angle, though, isn't it? Right? You're saying it's irrelevant. It's part of your example, and it's only possible if Earth's flat. Now we focus on that specific aspect.
No, that is not true. That is not true. Why do you say that it's only possible if the Earth is
Oh, no,
flat?
so if it's not true, then rather than say the baseline is irrelevant, prove that it's non sequitur to the conversation. Because you just saying it's irrelevant, and then when Nathan says, no, this is why it is relevant, you're saying it's not true. Well, you're dismissing it, not addressing it, and trying to move past it at the same time. I don't understand.
Okay, let me address it. If I have any type of object, whether it's a ball, a sphere, a cube, whatever it is, curved, flat, whatever, any type of 3D object, and I have some kind of object in the distance, I can always stick a stick into this first object and point the other end of the stick into the other object. It's completely irrelevant of what shape the first object is. Is that true or false?
Hold on. Your example there, you have a baseline, a horizontal line. What's that?
That's just an example there. It can be curved, it can be triangular.
No. Your example is flat. It's a horizontal baseline.
It is flat in the example, but it can also be curved. It's irrelevant.
No, it cannot be any other way. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the angle like your example has. With a stick, forming an angle to the baseline.
No,
without the baseline, you don't have the angle. That's the point. You cannot have the angle from a curved baseline.
Because I don't need one. I just given you an example before. You weren't following. If I had let's say a ball, a small ball in my room,
you wouldn't have a baseline then.
Yeah, I wouldn't have a baseline. Yeah. I'm telling you that it's irrelevant. So if I have a
baseline on a ball.
I don't need a baseline. I just need the stick. I don't care about a baseline or the angle. I just need a stick.
You don't have the angle then.
I don't need the angle. How many times do I have to repeat it? I don't care about the angle. Listen to me.
Example. Your example has 2 angles there.
Okay, fine.
It does.
Okay. So everyone stop a second. Okay. You're saying this baseline, it doesn't matter whether or not you've got a circle at the point that we would call the vertex on screen or a horizontal plane of reference. You're saying it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Okay.
I don't care about it.
There's a second part to that. Okay. So in your example, right, where does this have a practical use in the real world? When is this going to be useful for something?
That's exactly what I was trying to get to. So if I can stab a stick into the ground and point the other star at Polaris, which I can always in the real world, and if looking hypothetically in the ball Earth model and in the flat Earth model, I can do it always. I can always stab a stick into the ground and point the other side at Polaris, attach an arm at it, and try to use that arm by not changing the angle between the arm and the stick. I should be able to track any celestial object, star, sun, moon, whatever, using the arm on the ball Earth model.
Okay, okay, stop. I heard the first 4 times what you've described. I've even got a diagram of it on screen. My question was, what will this be practically used for? Okay, tracking stars. Does that have a practical application in the real world? What's it useful for?
That's what I was just about to say in the next sentence. So the whole point of this thing is that it behaves differently on a hypothetical ball and in the real world, and it can be used to prove that the celestial objects are not moving as if the way they should be moving if the Earth was a ball and rotating. That's the practical application.
Okay. So beyond a false dichotomy that you've created, does it have any real-world practical use that you can use it for?
No.
Okay. Thank you. No, it does not. Meanwhile,
no, it does not.
No. Meanwhile, we do actually navigate the ground by measuring angles to things like Polaris. Were you aware of that?
Yes, of course.
Were you aware that? Okay, thank you. I'm leading you now. I listened. Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, that means shut up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I will if you don't give me permission. Instead, close your mic. I'm just waiting for the next interruption, frankly. You've got your mic wide open. Thank you. Now, in reality, we do use angles measured off a flat plane to navigate with. You can literally save your life when lost at sea if you understand the principle of angles off a flat plane. Now, your example, you say, is useful for disproving... Whoever's off mute in G+, please, can you mute? Eli, please, can you mute?
Okay, 1 second. Walking to my phone.
There are practical applications that just require a flat plane and an angle from it to the Polaris that you said. It doesn't matter about whether or not the ground has got a curve to it in my example, because my example doesn't have a practical use in reality, but can show how it won't work on a globe. That's not very useful. But the actual method of measuring angles to stars off a flat Earth is useful. Therefore, a much, much better example.
Yeah, see, he's new. He just came in. We're not debunking the globe anymore. We're proving Earth is flat.
No, that's okay. I don't know why I went on this sideline of usefulness and non-usefulness. I didn't get this impression that we only have to talk about things that are practically useful in the real world. I know
because
that,
we're ridiculed because we're ridiculed as flat earthers, and therefore, if I'm going to say Earth is flat, I want to be able to present to an audience a stone cold fact that is useful to save lives, because the strength behind it is immense. Meanwhile, an example that says I can show how the globe would, maybe, should, could work in an example that I conjure, where in the example I've got both a globe and a flat Earth, and it doesn't really matter which one we draw a stick in the ground to, not actually do anything useful with, because this will be a really confusing example that even I, after 3 explanations from you, still didn't follow along with. Meanwhile, we do have actual processes in place used to this day that show beyond any doubt Earth is being measured flat. That's what I want as a flat earther, and I hope my audience want the same.
No, that's perfectly fine, but you made an absolutely horrible mischaracterization of what I've done there. What I've done with that procedure is created a procedure that does not work on the ball according to the way that the sun, moon, and the stars are moving through the sky. That is useful. You cannot say it's not useful just because it won't save lives of somebody who's trying to navigate through the seas.
Okay. Will you tell me what it's used for to be useful?
It's used to show that the ball Earth model is not real. That the reality around us does not comport to it. That's what it's used for.
Did you hear what Neil just said to you? Yeah, we don't do that anymore. There's no need, right? We don't have to go around disproving the ball when we can prove it's flat and show how the ball that's inferred in your model that you're using in your example came from flat Earth measurements. So to have a juxtaposition between ball with sticking ground or flat with sticking ground first requires you measure Earth flat to make the inference that you can have a ball model example to juxtapose that you have done. But in practical terms, there's nothing useful in your example.
I don't agree with that at all. I don't know how you come to that conclusion. There is nothing useful. If you mean by useful that you can use it in some kind of real world activity,
you do understand, but you do understand because you agreed that you even took issue with the fact that he's saying practical, because you said you don't understand why it has to be practical. So when he says useful, he's talking about useful for doing something in the real world, like doing something as in maybe traveling, maybe getting a position, something useful like that. Not the only use would be to argue it in a debate.
Let me give it
not just that
yeah,
useful.
perfect. Exactly, Eli.
Okay.
To compare and contrast, just for your benefit, right? By contrast, when the globe earthers assert that we have a physical geometric sphere edge called Earth curve at their horizon and our horizon, that has no practical use. There's nothing useful beyond claiming that you've got a globe Earth proof, see? It doesn't have any practical use. So when we argue about what the horizon is or isn't, it's kind of moot, because they have a positive claim that it's Earth curve, but in reality, that claim that it's Earth curve only serves its own purpose to prove that the horizon's Earth curve in their mind. But what do you actually use that for? Nothing. Where could it be practically applied? Well, it is. It's in the site reduction tables over a flat plane when measuring angles to the stars that were used to delineate the positions on the globe. So it's critical to understand how these things get practically applied, because they're where the globe that you're using in your juxtaposition example came to fruition in the first place. That's how the globe came to pass, with these angles to the stars. For you to compare and contrast to a globe model with the stars measured from... No, it doesn't exist.
Okay, but from this point of view that you're using it practical and in real life, how many people are actually practically in real life doing any sort of navigation? So if you wanted to compare,
every single aeroplane in the sky's got a backup sextant on board.
No, that's perfectly fine. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your average day-to-day person that you go buy bread from,
Well,
etc.
how many people do you think live on the coast with boats? Plenty.
Okay, fair enough.
Rich
But I'm
people.
still, if you are going to compare how many people can stick a stick into the ground, stab a stick into the ground and add an arm to it and try to track some stars, compared to how many people have some kind of equipment to navigate.
Okay, we'll set up two shops, one next door to the other. One educates people on sticking sticks in the ground to prove our globe doesn't work. The other will educate people on celestial navigation so that they can go out to sea and potentially not die. Which one do you think is going to have the queue?
Okay, let's say that you're right about that. But what if you wanted to spread out the truth of the flat Earth and you wanted to give people some kind of experiment that they can do
Here
at
we are,
home
back to using experiments.
very easily?
God.
Oh, excuse me, not experiment. Okay, something else, procedure, whatever. So if you wanted to give them some kind of a procedure that they could do from their homes, show to their kids, it's very easy, practical. Which one do you think would be better?
Celestial navigation. TB, shout out to you in the chat who answered the question from the chat while you were asking the question. My audience knows that I can give them that practical example that proves Earth's measured flat. It's called celestial navigation.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking how many of them have done any celestial navigation and how easy and feasible it is to do it compared to stick a stick into the ground. So from that point of view, this is much easier.
You're missing the... For what? Nobody cares about sticking sticks in the ground to disprove globes. But people do care about dying... People do care about dying at sea. Now you're saying, well, how many of your audience have done it? Well, my sister's an audience member, very, 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 very occasionally. And she used to own several boats and had to be trained in celestial navigation in order to go out on them at sea. So how useful is it? Well, a member of my family's had to be trained in celestial navigation, which requires a flat Earth to do. And I'm sure there's plenty of people, one of them's Johnny on the panel, who's been out and uses celestial navigation when he was a ship's captain. So you're saying, okay, well, there's two examples. But what, based on the fact that landlocked people don't use this example, you think a better example would be to use some juxtaposition that first requires we measure a flat Earth to derive an idea, mathematically, of a globe, so you can show that mathematical idea of a globe that came from a flat Earth doesn't work. That's not useful.
Yeah, that's what he's missing.
It's not useful
it all comes
to you
from flat Earth.
because you... Go ahead.
You're saying it all comes from a flat Earth in the first place. That's what John was trying to get across to you when you're like, you're comparing a flat Earth to a flat Earth, and you're like, no, I'm not. Think about it as a globe. Well, yeah, the way you think about it as being a globe is by taking elevation angles, deriving radial values, and then superimposing those areas of equal elevation onto a sphere. So, okay, let's do all that first, and then picture how we'll stick a stick, and then picture how we'll stick a stick in it.
No, it is not correct, because I already said that I could take a ball, physical ball, like a tennis ball or whatever, and stab a stick into that and do the same experiment from that. So I don't need a flat surface. That's the whole point. It works from starting from a non-existent ball Earth model. It works starting from the real flat world that we are in. It works in both cases, and it's useful for people who have no access to any kind of celestial navigation equipment, who are not at sea, who are not flat earthers for 10 years. So I don't really agree that it's not useful.
Bro, you don't need to...
Pardon me.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
When you think you put a stick in a ball, do you think that forms an angle?
No, I don't know why you keep getting drawn back to an angle. I don't care if there is or isn't an angle. All I care is that stick points towards the Polaris. I don't care if it's not stuck into anything on the other end. I don't care if it's floating in air. I don't care about an angle. All I care is that stick is pointing at Polaris.
Let me tell you why. because when you're wanting to compare the two models that you're talking about the celestial sphere model and a projection from that. You're not talking about a curved Earth.
I'm not following you here exactly.
The
Of
description,
course not.
the description of a ball comes from measurements of a flat plane. That's the point.
I mean, description of
once
the
you-
ball Earth comes from the measurement of the flat plane.
Yes.
Right. Once you establish that, you don't need to stick any sticks in a ball.
No, that's correct. I do agree that they've taken measurements of the real flat world and created a ball from that. But that's not the point. I don't care about any of that. I can literally imagine a vacuum with just the stars.
Okay, stop. So let me just take you through it. So you don't care that to create the ball that you want us to stick the stick in, that ball's been created from a flat plane measurement in the first instance, but let's just hand wave our way past the fact that the ball that you're describing Earth to be comes from flat Earth measurements, because you're going to be sticking in a stick.
No. The way you presented that, it sounds like I don't care that they've taken the real flat world and pulled the wool over everybody's eyes and created a fictional ball.
But
I'm not taking about
what you're saying is let's ignore that for this hypothetical unrealistic situation that I'll be disproving with another hypothetical unrealistic in a vacuum situation.
That's you have this kind of reflex.
Why are you saying no? Why are you saying no?
Well, let me tell you. Let me tell you. I have a feeling that you've all gotten this impression that I'm trying to say.
What did I say that you interrupted? That you're rebutting? What did I say?
You said the same thing that Nathan said, that I'm trying to completely ignore and discard the fact
what else did I say?
that
What else did I say? The reasons. Why did I justify me saying that to you? So that you wouldn't be able to just say, no, I'm not doing that. What else did I say?
I don't know. Maybe I missed something.
You don't know, because he was talking.
Right. Because when someone's going to say that you're doing something, you wait for them to justify why they're saying it before you say that's bullshit. Because if they justify it, you can't say it's bullshit.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my problem. Go ahead.
See what happens with Edit Bear? Everybody starts to do it.
We're waiting for Eli to reiterate his point that he's just cleared the air for.
So you already admitted it's a hypothetical situation in a vacuum that you'll be using to basically confirm or invalidate another hypothetical situation that will have no practical use anywhere. So for example, we could be talking about a game of Mario. And I could say, well, this will work this way, but if I do this, it'll work another way. But it'd be divorced from reality. You said yourself that it's in a vacuum. We're not worried about anything else other than a stick and another stick.
Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So your point, if I got it right, is that I'm making a case that is completely fictional, devoid of reality, and has no practical use anywhere. Did I get that right?
Not exactly. You're whistling past the graveyard. The model that you're saying could be the stick that's being stuck into requires a flat Earth to measure to create that sphere model to stick your stick in to say it doesn't work. And the panel's trying to say to you, you're whistling past the graveyard. That's what they're trying to tell you.
Okay, well, I don't agree with that.
Once you
don't agree with that because
I'm not sure he was trying to say something. Okay, so I disagree with that because the way you're presenting that, it sounds as if though I've just created this fictional thing, no use for it whatsoever. It's just some kind of a theoretical discussion useless.
No, that's not. No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying ipso facto, the globe model that doesn't exist that you're using, that only exists in maths, comes out of flat Earth measurements first, for you to then describe that model with a stick in it. Therefore, whistling past the graveyard of this needs a flat Earth to even describe it prior to sticking a stick in it, you've got to have measured a flat Earth to get it. That is the most important bit.
No, but that is not correct. Why do you say they have to measure the flat Earth to get this model at all?
Thank you for the colour commentary through the
Because
top of
we
this,
know
Neil.
the
Can you
model
please go on
created.
mute? Yeah, because
That
you're
was
measuring
me,
angles.
not Neil.
Because you're measuring angles to Polaris to get the
But
ball.
I'm not. I'm not.
My
Where
bad,
did you?
middle of a
Which
statement,
part
middle
am
of
I
a sentence that you're now chanting through.
Okay. Pardon. Go ahead.
You don't need to give me permission, you just don't chant through me. No, in order to infer the ball that you're denying, you first measure the radial value off a flat plane. It's the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris to give you the radial value so that the ball will back calculate into the measurements that are angles off that flat plane. It has to back calculate. Therefore, you have to have a minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris, giving you the outside edge of the ball that you'll be sticking your stick in. So while you say, oh, how can you say that the ball came from flat Earth measurements? Because it did. That's how we can say it. Therefore, when you ignore that fact, and it's taken a solid hour for us to get it drummed into you, that the ball you're using in your example came from flat Earth measurements. Your first words, axis. That's a description with respect to a plane of reference. To have an axis. All of these descriptions require flat plane measurements in the first respect. So it's whistling past the graveyard to say, okay, as you did, although you're now denying it, I accept that it's measured off a flat plane to give me the ball, but if I've got the ball that came from a flat plane, I can stick a stick in it and show it how it doesn't work. Make sense?
No, absolutely not. That's just complete nonsense. Let's just blow up the Earth and leave a tiny chunk of Earth the size of 1 by 1 meter. Can I stab a stick into that tiny chunk and point it into Polaris, even though the entire Earth is completely gone?
Why would you want to? That's what we're trying to say to you.
And this is useful for what?
No.
This is so hyper-specific.
No.
It becomes...
No.
You don't have to no through the top of me. It's become... Hello? It's become... Hello? It's become so hyper-specific that it's useless.
What kind
Did he just say he was going to stick a stick in the ground with no earth?
1 meter by 1 meter.
I did not say
It's
that.
got a 1 meter by 1 meter
said
section that's got no
exactly. Let's blow up the entire Earth. Everything is gone. There's just a little cube, 1 by 1 by 1. And can I stab? The stars are in the same
Yes,
place.
you can.
Can I
Yes.
stab a stick into it and point it into Polaris?
You can.
So why do you say that I need some kind of measurements of Earth to do that simple, super duper trivial process of stabbing a freaking stick into the ground and pointing it into Polaris?
2 reasons.
What kind of measurements do I need?
2 reasons. 1, because it has absolutely no practical use to anybody ever, beyond whistling past the graveyard about a reified globe model and how you can stick a stick in that. That's the first reason. The second reason is because we here at Flat Earth Debate actually want to prove to the audience Earth is measured flat, and showing them how in a practically applied methodology it is measured flat. That's very useful. Rather than confusing people by blowing up the entire Earth and having a 1 meter by 1 meter section to stick a stick in. That's useless to everyone. We prove Earth's measured flat. You're giving a convoluted gaggle screw of an example that has to have your opponent reify a sphere into existence from a flat plane measurement for you to stick a stick in it.
The reason I created that hyper imaginary example because I couldn't get you guys to accept the super duper simple fact that I can stab a bloody stick into a ground and point it into a star.
Oh my
you keep trying going around about measurements and we need practical to point. Great.
Yeah,
but why can't you just grant me the thing that I can stab a stick into the ground and point it into a star without going to measurements?
Okay, let me answer you.
Earth,
I'll tell you why. Because in this neck of the woods, newbie, we are hyper-specific about proving things. We're pedantic about our details. We want to be able to give examples that are useful to people in the audience, that they can relate to the next man with an example that's actually documented. Your example has none of those things. Therefore, to the audience, they're not going to go away with your example and go, oh, I'm going to go to next man and show him how the globe doesn't work if he reifies a 1 meter by 1 meter square that could be from a flat earth or could be from a globe earth, and you stick a stick in it. Nobody's finding that useful. Now you're like, well, all I wanted to do is come along and show how I've got a useful example for debunking the globe. We're saying we've moved past that. Now we're showing how Earth's actually dealt with and measured, and it's flat, and it has practical uses that cannot be denied. Further to their non-denial, the globe comes from those measurements. That's far more impactful. Sorry your example hasn't padded that out as a wonderful globe debunking.
That's the key point. The globe came from them measurements. So why would you use it? It don't make sense to me.
Maybe we should
there's too much
answer the
stuff.
question, why you sticking this stick to the ground? Why are you doing this, sir? Answer to that question.
I would answer that question if I haven't been interrupted 55 times, that it's not useful to anybody, that we need to give people powerful techniques that are useful in everyday life that will convince everybody. I don't know why you can't allow a simple example that is not hyper useful, hyper specific, etc. You could have just gracefully glided over it and said, great, you can stab the stick into the ground, point it into Polaris, attach an arm onto it and track the stars and show that on the ball it wouldn't work.
Why?
On a flat earth it would work. And it would be great. Because a kid of 5 years old can do that, but they cannot get equipment for celestial navigation. And you could show it to 500 kindergartners, to their parents. You can do it in 2 minutes outside on a sunny day with the sun on a roof of your car with a toothpick. But you can't do that with celestial navigation, which is okay. It's more useful. It's used.
Would everyone please allow this man?
He missed it.
Would everyone please allow this man? Hang on, Neil, please. Would everyone please allow this man to just go through what it is he wants to go through? Just allow him to do that. And
Yes, we have.
We
We had it on screen, Brian. I don't know if you weren't here when we've done it.
So what was the what does it do? What's the point of this?
The point of the example that I was giving, the non-experiment.
Yeah, what's the point?
Is that
of
what you're asking?
what you're doing? What are you proving or disproving with it? What does it do?
So I'm disproving the ball earth model by showing that if you do this thing that I've said, so you stab a stick into the ground, point the other end into Polaris, that's the stick, you attach an arm onto it under some angle between the stick and the arm, and you point the arm into any celestial object, star, sun, moon, you should be able to track that celestial object as it's moving through the sky with this arm throughout the entire day or whatever it is. If we are on the ball, you should be just able to rotate the stick, and this arm should be pointing at this celestial object throughout its entire motion through the sky. But obviously on a flat earth, that's not going to be possible, because the movement of the celestial objects does not come from the fact that we are rotating. It's come from the fact that they are moving
hang on
above
I need
us.
to ask you a question. When you're saying, if we stick these sticks in the ground and point one of them to Polaris and one to a star, are you saying that if we're on a globe, we won't have to do anything with that stick? Is that what you're saying?
What did you say? We won't have to do what?
Anything with the stick. I don't understand what your claim is, because we're on a globe, right? Within the globe paradigm, they just state that their globe is rotating at a sidereal rate, whereas we state that in reality, it's the star fields, the main star fields, that are rotating at a sidereal rate. So the rate will be exactly the same. They are hijacking the real rate. They're hijacking that 23 hours, 56 minutes of sidereal rotation. So the rate will be no different.
It's not about the rate.
So I don't know what you're proving or disproving.
It's not about the rate. It's about the trajectories, the path that the celestial objects are taking on the celestial plane. When we look at them, if you were to track how some star is moving through the sky, you should be able to point that arm and rotate the stick, and you should be able to track that star through the sky without changing the angle between the stick and the arm if we are on a globe. But since we are not, you will not be able to do that.
No, because they're going to claim that their angles are going to be coming from the center, which is from their equatorial flat plane. So they are going to match it because all their angles are going to come from their equatorial plane. That's how they do it. So their angles won't be coming from the surface of a globe. All their calculations and angles will be from the equatorial flat plane, and they will put them at equinox to extend that equatorial plane out into the celestial plane. So they'll be using a massive flat plane, same as you. And they'll pre-assume that the stars are rotating even first. Do you understand? They'll even pre-assume that the stars are rotating. So that's how they'll explain it to you. They'll put it on a massive flat plane and make the sky move.
No, I don't think that's relevant to my example. Let me just give you an example. For example,
hold on. Everyone stop. Everyone stop.
Yeah.
No, he's not suggesting that's your example. He's suggesting that's globe Earth rhetoric and how they would describe what you have posed as a problem on the surface. Did you understand that he described transposition to the equatorial plane? And do you know what that means?
No.
Well then, okay. This is kind of frustrating because we're trying to say to you, there's certain steps in this process that you've whistled past that you don't appreciate, and you're giving us examples of how things would work on the top of a ball Earth. But in reality, when they describe mapping and navigation with respect to a ball after Haversine conversion, they use the equatorial plane inside the ball to get around the problems that you're trying to raise.
Yeah, they're not using the surface of the globe for any of it.
Mate, you don't have to immediately murmur through the top of Brian. He's trying to explain how this works to you now. Inside the globe.
I'm listening.
You're not. You're going, through the top of him.
No, I've just done that for a half.
Now you're yattering again. Now you're yattering. You don't seem to know when you should be listening and being educated by people who know this stuff better than you. You think you've got a great example that takes place on the top of a sphere. In reality, if you were actually arguing with a ball believer who had exemplary knowledge like we have of how they actually utilize a ball, then they would explain to you that their globe works with an equatorial plane that's transposed because the angles come from the center of the sphere. Because of parallel light that's almost parallel because the distance is so far, but we can essentially and effectively work these angles that aren't possible from the surface because the surface is curved to the center of a ball where we use an equatorial plane. That's how it's actually done by globe believers. Still requires a flat plane to get angles. It's just in the middle of the ball. That's how they'd get around your problem if you were to pose it to them.
Yeah.
That does not get around this problem at all.
1 second.
Stop, Brian. Stop. You're saying that doesn't get around this problem. No, you're not listening. That is how the globe gets around the problem you're proposing with this differential off a line to Polaris from a curved surface. That is what globe believers do. We know. We've studied it. Now you're saying, well, that's not how my example works. Yeah, who cares? There's an entire Western world religion that tells us how they will get around the problem you're proposing. You saying, well, I don't think that's how... Yeah, that is how they do it. We know how they do it. We also know that it requires a flat Earth. That in every single example that we've tried to drill into you, you whistle past. In this example, with the angle from the surface, straight line that you've stuck into a ball, what they would say is the line that you stuck in to Polaris goes to the center of the sphere, at the equatorial plane. Now, whether or not you've acknowledged that or
completely
is irrelevant. It's for my audience at this point.
Yeah, that's still completely irrelevant.
Let me give it to you as a glober.
He wants to object. Just let him. Brian, just let him. That's completely wrong, he says. Frickin' isn't. Go ahead, tell us how wrong we are.
Is there a glober here? Is there a glober here?
No,
there's not. There's an ignorant flat earther. We just know better and how the globe claims to get around these problems that we've already investigated.
Well, that's why I wanted to ask an actual glober to tell me how they would object.
Let me
Maybe
tell
you know
what
better.
they'll give you because I have experience.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Yeah, Brian's tried to tell you because he knows how they argue it. We know their position better than they do in most instances. You're like, well, I want a glober to tell me. Oh, do you? Which one?
The reason I wanted to ask a glober because the objection raised is complete nonsense. You didn't even give me anything rational or reasonable to be debatable. You've thrown out a bunch of
Nathan is trying to make to you. That's the point. What a glober is going to do is the following. He's going to pre-assume its equinox. He's going to take your angle and place him at the equatorial plane of his globe. And at equinox, that equatorial plane will extend out into their celestial plane, which means it gives them a much huger flat plane, like kind of like the one we're standing on. Then they will take the angle and show how it works from their flat plane at the center of their globe at equinox, and then they will bring you to stellarium and show you working in stellarium, because stellarium is based off of that nonsense. They will not be on the surface of the globe doing anything, but they'll tell you the globe is proven after they've used a flat plane, and more than that, they will even state that the stars are moving. They'll even use in the calculations that the Earth is stationary and the stars are moving within their calculations to come back to you and say globe proven. That's what they'll do.
Okay,
they didn't use a rotating globe at all. That's the point. Nathan is trying to say it to you. Everyone's trying to say it to you, but you're not listening.
I am listening, but what you've just said is complete nonsense again for a very simple reason.
Not nonsense.
We don't know, mate. That's just rude, right? It's not nonsense. You didn't know how it worked. You haven't studied it, but you're like appealing to some random glober that's going to tell you different. When we've studied it extensively and know how they claim to present this problem to a globe-believing audience, we do know. You're like, that's nonsense. Well, okay, on the one hand, yeah.
No, I wanted to give an answer, but you don't allow me.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, on the one hand, yeah, it is nonsense, because you can't take angles from hell. We're not inside a ball on an equatorial plane that's described with a globe wrapped around it. Now, that is nonsense, but we're just telling you what they'll tell us in response to a propositional claim that you've put that starts with a line out to Polaris from a globe surface, or flat Earth in your juxtaposition. Well, when you do it from the globe, they'll say, well, that line goes to the centre, because all lines to the surface are parallel from lights that are very far away, therefore perfectly reasonable to run this from the centre of hell. Now, you may not like that, and it is nonsense, but that is still what they do.
No. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not saying that I don't like that they draw this line from the center of the Earth.
That's nonsense. Let's start there. What did he say that you're calling nonsense? His words.
He said that they will draw this line from the center of the Earth, or he was talking about equatorial plane. The same thing applies. If you reduce the entire Earth to a single dot instead of the ball, the example that I gave works exactly the same to the millimeter. No issues at all. It will still not work in their
If the Earth is rotating, yes? If the Earth is rotating,
well, if you reduce it to a dot, it doesn't rotate. It's just a dot. You have your stick from any kind of an object. Then there is no rotation. You just have a stick from your dot.
So what you're saying is a stationary angle. Two sticks making a stationary angle. You're just claiming that debunks a globe. How does that debunk a globe and not debunk a flat plane?
Yeah, they're gonna laugh at you.
Very simply, it debunks the globe because the stars are not moving in accordance to this stick and arm pointing towards the star. They are not moving in that manner. So if you remove the Earth,
the manner you're talking about, you're trying to say it'll debunk a globe. How will it debunk a globe when the example I've given you is they'll be using a flat stationary plane for all their calculations. So that's what you're claiming. So how can it debunk that without debunking flat Earth as well?
But they cannot use flat Earth if we're starting from
a flat. I just went through it with you a few minutes ago. When they do their calculations, they'll be using a flat stationary plane at equinox. So there won't even be a tilt. They won't have a tilt. They won't have a globe. They'll have a flat stationary plane, an extended plane at equinox. That's how their calculations work. So when you're looking for the answer, they'll come back to you with the answer. Then they go and show it to you in stellarium. You think they haven't come through? You think you have some big proof? You don't. I'm sorry. You don't
Oh,
have it.
hang on, slowly. If you allow somebody who's arguing against you to start with your model in order to prove their model, then you have a bigger problem than I'm trying to talk about.
Yeah,
you.
that's them.
So if we're
Exactly. Now you're getting it. They have a bigger problem to face. The Globers have a bigger problem to face because they need our flat Earth measurements to derive their sphere inference. That's a bigger problem.
well, exactly. Well,
that's a big
then
problem
I will not.
That's a big problem for them, and we've spent at least an hour and a half now trying to explain that first you have to make your opponent recognise that they're using flat Earth measurements. Once you've got that,
Well,
that's
exactly.
it. That's the end.
I will not. Okay, I will not allow them to start arguing against flat Earth by starting from flat Earth. They have to start from their own model. If they use some facts from the flat Earth model, I would say, no, that fact does not belong in your model.
Perfect. We're getting somewhere. Okay, good.
Model.
Good. Perfect. So when you come to these examples with any example that's pointing lines at stars, in all cases, they'll be operational for a globe from the center of the globe in what Brian just described as the extended plane at equinox. That is what they will be using.
And my example works perfectly fine with that. If in that example, you will be pointing that stick from the center of the Earth at Polaris, and the arm will go from the same stick, even though if it goes from the center of the Earth, that arm will still be pointing at any celestial object and will be able to track it by rotating the stick 24/7 all the time.
Right. Okay.
Correct
Perfect.
or not?
Perfect. So flat Earth proven, because the globe's being wrapped around that plane that the angle's coming from at the center of a sphere that you're not using for the measurements. What you're actually doing is proving a flat Earth, because that's how the measurements have just been described. For you to say, well, in this instance, it will work at the center of a globe. No. At the center of a globe is on the equatorial plane, and that's where you're actually standing if you're making these measurements with respect to the stars. You're on a flat plane, measuring from the surface. You're not in hell, you're not in the middle of a globe, but that's how they'll describe it. And when they do, the description does work, because that's how the globe came to fruition.
Okay, well, it's perfectly fine. So they will describe how this two-stick method does track the stars, and then I will go turn around and say, yeah, but in reality, if you do that in actual real world, get away from the computer, go out and do it, really, it does not track the stars or the sun.
No, but it does. Stop. But it does work. It works for them in the middle of a globe and for us just on a plane without pretending to be in hell. It just works from a plane. So you're saying, but if I take the bit that doesn't work, the extended globe that's wrapped around the plane that it does work on, it doesn't work. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, okay, it doesn't work on the surface of a globe. But they're never going to make that argument because they're going to transpose it inside the globe because that's where the back engineering of the globe originates. So it's critical that you, the audience, anybody listening, recognizes that. Rather than saying the globe on the surface fails with this stick pointing to Polaris with another stick off it. Okay, off the surface that doesn't work. Fortunately, the globers have got an explanation for that because you're not paying attention to the parallel light rays. That means we can measure these angles with respect to the center of the globe and turn the globe like it's a protractor, which is what they actually do. But all that really means is you're measuring a flat Earth. That's the critical bit.
Hang on, I don't know if you follow me. Let me just ask you a question. With this example that I've given, what do you think is going to happen if it's actually done on this real flat world? If you actually go out, stab a stick into the ground, point it into Polaris, create an arm, and try to track a star, will you be able to track it without changing the angle between the arm and the stick or not?
Why would I be doing this? Will this save my life at sea? Does it have a practical application? Can I make money from it? Can I sell it as a course?
That's not an answer to my question.
So it's useless. What I can do with a line to Polaris is figure out my latitude with just that line to Polaris and a protractor. No expensive tools. I'm just explaining how I can... Excuse me. You've challenged me to whether or not I can just do this on the surface, and I can say no. But I can do something similar, pointing stuff to Polaris. It tells me latitude instantly.
Yeah, it does. I know.
All right, so that's useful.
That's what I've asked you.
That's useful.
I know that it's useful.
Stop.
I know.
Okay,
I don't know why.
Okay, so that proves Earth is measured flat, and that's how that system operates. I don't need interruption. I just need to reiterate my flat Earth proof because I'm proving Earth's flat. That's useful. 1 step, angle to Polaris. What does it give you? Latitude on a flat plane. The angle can only come from a flat plane, and it's describing circles of equal elevation with respect to Polaris. Equal elevation, that's a flat Earth. That's a flat baseline. That's a flat Earth angle measurement of this star. You want to take us to La La Land so we can juxtapose our globe that doesn't really exist and only comes to fruition by measuring this exact same angle to Polaris. Doesn't work if we stand on the surface, even though when they describe it, they won't be describing it from the surface. They'll be describing parallel light rays that converge at the centre of Earth.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'll try to give it to him in
I give up
analogy.
on you. I cannot get you to answer a simple question because you just keep trying to derail it into something
Because
that
it's
you want to talk about.
irrelevant. Your whole thing is irrelevant. You're not paying attention.
May
I
give it
am
to him
paying
in an
attention, but when
analogy?
somebody asks you a simple question, yes or no question, and you don't want to answer it, you want to answer it by saying it's irrelevant, then the person cannot talk to you. Because if they're talking to you about something that is relevant to them and they want to see how you think and how you reason about things, and 90% of your answers are, it's irrelevant, but the Globers will do this, then it's impossible to communicate to you. I cannot get
We
anything
don't
across.
think like Globers think.
Okay, well, maybe you can
We're
acknowledge one of the
beyond that.
points that we've put back to you, which is to say, would you not see the importance to first acknowledging how Earth is measured flat with an angle to Polaris? Because that's part of your example.
Well, you see, when I answer your question, I say yes. I don't go, but it's irrelevant. I don't go, but oh, the Globers will do this and that and the other. It's impossible to squeeze any kind of a. Listen to what I'm saying. I just need a few seconds. I won't
I
go on a
haven't
rampage.
for over an hour. Holy shit. John, go ahead.
Okay.
What were you going to say?
My point was that I cannot get an answer, simple answer from you guys most of the time. When you ask me something,
Let me
I
explain it to you.
usually just answer by yes or no. This is how I think. This is how I don't think. I don't go on it's useless. It cannot be used. And just derail the answer in the question. It's impossible to communicate like that.
John's going to answer your question. Go ahead, John.
You are asking us about a simple yes or no. We're pointing out that the emperor has no clothes. You're trying to set up a dichotomy of invisible clothes versus some other model. We're pointing out he's naked, and you're saying that's irrelevant. What are we trying to do then?
No. You got me wrong on the irrelevant part, and you guys are most of the time trying to get back. When I said initially the first time it's irrelevant, that was not to say that the fact that the Earth is flat is irrelevant. When I used the phrase "it's irrelevant," it meant it was directed at the fact that in that procedure that I used, it was irrelevant whether the thing into which I'm stabbing the stick is round or flat or cube or any other shape. That's where the irrelevant phrase was meant to. You immediately redirected it to meaning that I think that's the fact that the Earth is flat is relevant. That's not it.
No,
the irrelevant part simply meant.
I followed that completely. What the hell are you babbling about?
I don't know.
Sticks in the ground.
It's been going on for over an hour.
Okay, what's it? Let's make this simple. What's your claim?
So my claim is that when you do this procedure that I've done, that on a hypothetical ball Earth, you can track stars like that, but in the real world outside, if you actually go out, stab that stick into the ground, point it into Polaris, spray that arm, and try to track some star, you won't be able to do it because the star will move in a different pattern throughout the sky, not according to that arm.
So what's the claim? What are you trying to prove?
I'm trying to prove that we're not rotating, that the fact that the star trails, the shapes, the way that the stars are moving throughout the sky does not come from the fact, from the hypothetical rotation of the Earth, but it comes from something else, which we know that is the fact that the stars are moving above us and not because we are rotating.
You're trying to prove a stationary Earth with a stick pointing at Polaris and another part of the stick pointing at another star. You think that that's going to prove that the Earth's not rotating? Really?
Exactly.
Okay,
That's
well,
exactly
go out
it.
and do it. We want you to go out and do it. All right?
Okay.
Get a video camera.
I'll record it. Okay.
Go out and do it.
I will do that.
Then come back.
Okay,
Then come
no
back.
problem. I'll do exactly
then-
that. I'll do
Okay.
exactly that.
And then connect your non sequitur, because right now you're in a non sequitur.
Okay, so Vitamin EH says, I stabbed an angry badger once with a broad tip bow. Fecko was charging me. Well, fair enough.
Was the badger
Well, he
rotating?
wasn't get-
Very good. We're all very passionate about proving flat Earth, and any examples that come along that have got a worthy outcome to put to an audience, we'll give them their due, and we'll listen and pay attention and reiterate and refine. But when we see it as non sequitur, or as we've put it, whistling past the graveyard, we're just going to say that. You know, your feelings, unfortunately, don't come into it.
Yeah, I get cringe once they put me on a ball. I start to feel dirty.
Like I said earlier, I find it
Well,
difficult to conceptualize at all these days.
Yeah, and if once you get it, you'll start laughing, just like you would laugh at the emperor for being naked. Pretty much was my analogy. He just ain't getting it.
Right. Listen, what I would tell this guy is, you came to the right place. Just keep coming every day. Don't get offended. Just keep coming here every day. And you hear that guy that just spoke to you? That's the quantum eraser. He's the general of this army.
Give me a break. No general.
Hey, you can't get away from your
Shut up.
responsibilities.
Clean your nose, Neil. Clean your nose.
He's trying to get away from his responsibility. I'm not the general. Who the hell is then?
Right. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Ridiculous. Like, yeah, but they're using a stationary flat plane, and they're going to tell you it's a globe then.
The funny thing is, he extra glober. You ain't gonna find any better globers than here, as far as knowing the arguments.
Yeah, because he thought that I was wrong, or Nathan was wrong, or whoever here else, John or whoever was wrong, because he couldn't understand that that's actually what they do. It didn't make any sense to him. What he's looking for was to find someone who doesn't know what they're talking about, but will pretend they do, a glober who will pretend they do, and start yammering on to him. And he's going to try to bunk that person. But that's no good, because when you get to someone who does know what they're talking about, they're going to give you a load of calculations that you won't even realize are based off a stationary flat plane.
Right. I was gonna tell him, go to Gem Pandas with that, and then come back and tell us what they said to you. But I don't want to promote Gem Panda.
Oh, that's a great idea. Get him to present that to some Globers. that will help.
He's presenting it in the wrong place.
That's a fact. I don't think he caught on to that, though. But I hope he does come back, because, listen, once he starts getting it, you can never go back.
If you'll grant me the stationary flat plane, I can show you how Earth's a globe. I've done it in my kitchen.
Yeah.
That would be a good thing to show to him.
That'd be a good thing to show everyone if John would just do the video, but he won't.
I don't think people should know. If everybody knew, then we wouldn't have nothing to talk about.
Nah.
And I like you guys.
I don't think that's the case.
Yeah. We talk a lot about this subject because of stupid people. That's really all that's left.
Unfortunately, I'm always catching the tail end of shit. But was that a glober or a flat Earth, aspiring flat earther, or just what is it, anti-flat earther?
No, he was a flat earther. He wanted to debunk the globe with a
Oh, okay.
stick and a ball and who the heck else knows, stabbing it in the earth 1 by 1 meter. I don't know what the hell.
I haven't had it with the Even his image looks a bit strange in comparison to how he was describing it. Even his image looks a little bit strange. I don't know what to make out of it.
He wanted to do like a,
you can see it in Master B there, Heroes.
Yeah, well, wasn't it what John said? He had two sticks and none of them on the ground, right? One was pointing to Polaris and one pointed to another star, correct?
Well, I don't know how he's going to track a star with them and keep them stationary. He can't because the stars are moving. He'll have to move them around in a circle in some way. Do you know what I mean? But how are you going to go around in a circle of Polaris? When if your stick is pointing at Polaris, how do you move around a circle of it? I mean, it's over a 24-hour period. I mean, what he's showing there is impossible. You'd have to go take a massive arc around, big circumference around, not circumference, but a big circle around Polaris to be able to do this. I don't think he's given it enough thought. Maybe I'm wrong.
QE, he came in and he called it an experiment.
But that's just not knowing.
Yeah, but Nathan did gently take him through it.
Well, I'll tell you what. He's allowing them the flat plane, and he's getting it into a false dichotomy. I know how the Globers will argue it, and they will have him chasing his own tail. And I don't want that for him.
Exactly. And technically, he left to take care of a baby, so he never got back to understand when Nathan was taking him with the scientific method.
Yeah, but that was just him. He didn't know any difference, so he just colloquially said experiment. People are going to do that. Right?
Yeah,
people are going to, and you correct him on it, but that is not connected to what he was trying to show.
Oh, he was saying it's a hypothesis, yeah.
But that's because he doesn't know any different, right? But that's not connected to what he's trying to show, if you understand what I mean. What he was trying to show was something other than an experiment. He didn't know any different. I'm saying just you have to cut people some slack. They don't know. I wouldn't have known.
Yeah, we did.
Years ago, if I walked in here, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, but we did. We didn't jump on him for that right away. It took at least 30 seconds. No, we didn't jump on him at all.
Yeah, people don't know what an experiment is or what science is or what a hypothesis is. They don't know these things. In general, most people don't know. They just hear the words and they're used all the time and in all the wrong way so much that people just do the same thing. They'll call something an experiment when it's not. They call something science in it when it's not. A hypothesis when it's not. You know what I mean? People will do that. It's just down to bad training. And I know we're trying to change that around, but when someone comes in and colloquially says experiment, go, okay, well, you need to correct that, but it shouldn't be what we focus on the most if the person's trying to show something.
So you'll be happy when you go back and listen to it, because that's exactly what we didn't do.
But I heard what happened. I'm just saying, I heard what happened. But the guy, look, people want to say that. They know, like, you have to correct them, but you can't allow it to be focused too much on that. You need to, because if someone's brand new, if you jump down their throat, they won't want to. You have to.
Were you here when he said it?
Over time. Sorry?
Oh, you were here when he said. Were you here when he called it an experiment?
To it. Yeah, I was listening. Yeah, I was.
Okay.
I was listening, yeah.
So we didn't jump on. Then you should know. Nobody jumped on him.
I didn't say anyone jumped on him. I'm saying people. I'm saying.
Oh, you're saying hypothetically, other people come in. They just use the word science, and we should. Yeah, that's going to happen a lot. We were talking about it the other day. That's what's going on in the church too. Because if we could See, that's in the church. They fell into pseudoscience. If we could explain to them what science really is, then I think we could gain some ground.
All right, we
Well,
got
everybody.
Seafoam. Hold on a second. We got Seafoam in VC. You hear me now, Seafoam?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how good my microphone is.
It's okay. Where do we want to
Alright.
start with your last one? You were talking about gravity.
I actually don't know much about gravity. I can't really debate on that topic.
Okay. Because you stated gravity acts in all directions. That's what you just stated at 11:05.
Yeah. I mean, that's what is scientists claim. I can't prove it myself though.
I don't
So
want
it's
you to
not
prove
really
it
something
yourself.
I can
I want you
debate
to
on.
prove it. I don't want you to prove it yourself. You don't have to prove it right now. We're on VC. You don't have to do it yourself. You can do it with you call scientists that aren't really scientists because you don't know what natural science is, obviously. Which gravity are you talking about?
Just regular old gravity. Mass attracts mass.
No, he laughed through his answer. He said mass attracts mass, so Newtonian.
Mass attracts. Is that what he said at the end?
Yes.
Regular gravity, mass attracting mass. Can you define mass?
I mean, it has a couple different definitions. A good
What?
one would
That
be
raised
the
Oh, hold on.
amount of.
Hold on a
now,
second.
doesn't it?
Hold on. That's a problem. Straight away. No. What do you mean it's got a couple of definitions? So it's going to be used in equivocation immediately
Well,
then.
I mean, you could define it. You could define it in different ways. It could be defined as the amount of matter within an object. It can also be defined as
That's incorrect.
resistance to acceleration.
That's incorrect.
But
The
I
amount
would,
of matter that's in
I
an
would.
object, that's incorrect. From the Royal Society of Chemistry, moreover, studies have shown that the amount of matter is often incorrectly identified with mass. So that's incorrect. Next.
Okay, well.
He said resistance to acceleration.
That's inertia.
Yeah,
That's not
inertia
mass. That's
is
inertia.
proportional to mass.
The
With larger
proportional to
mass,
something you
larger
can't
inertia.
define. It's incorrect. That's inertia. We can move past that.
Well,
You know
mass is
that
an intrinsic property.
universal law of gravitation, the one you appealed to, the mass attracting mass, that you don't know what mass is. Do you know that was debunked over 109 years ago?
I did not know.
That's a problem.
I mean, I know that it
You haven't
doesn't
you
actually
haven't been keeping
describe
up on your
what happens in
holy
reality.
Say again.
holy shit.
Hold on, Kiwi. What did you say?
I said I know that Newtonian physics don't actually describe what happens in reality. That's where relativity comes into play. But Newtonian physics are very accurate, and they can
No, they're
be
not.
used to model.
Right.
No, they can't. You
Hold
don't
on a
know what a
second,
model
Kiwi.
is
Sorry.
either.
I'm
Stick
picking
with
up.
gravity.
He's just given us
So
a
did you know
contradiction.
that was
Hold on.
debunked
He's
over
just hold on a
110 years
second,
ago?
Kiwi. He's just given us a contradiction in terms. He's saying, I understand that they don't work, but they also work. That's what he's basically just said.
Well, they don't work in reality, but they can model things very accurately.
That's the
Not
same.
perfectly, but
Sorry.
accurately.
Yeah. That's the same contradiction.
It's not. Perfect and accurate are very different.
What?
If it doesn't work in reality, that's your first statement, yes?
Yeah.
Then it doesn't work.
describe what happens
Then it
in
doesn't
reality.
work in reality. Furthermore, as was put to you about 5 minutes ago, it was superseded 109 years ago.
All right. Well, I did say that gravity isn't my best topic
But you're in
to
VC.
debate on.
You're in the text chat making claims about it, though, acting in all directions.
Right, because that's
Out of date by
I guess
yeah.
I'm just
It's out of date by 109
scientists say.
years. It's been corrected by Quantum Eraser.
All right.
Does he
Well,
think
I guess I'm
down is
wrong
one of
then.
those directions?
Yeah, the gravity he's talking about is not in all directions. It's to the
Yeah,
center
does he
of
think
a
down is
sphere.
one of those directions?
Okay, aside from that, just out of interest, Seafoam, why were you claiming gravity, regardless of its non-acting in all directions, 109-year out-of-date rhetoric? Why were you claiming it in the first instance? Was there a reason?
Because Viking was asking why the sideways person wasn't sliding off.
Sideways person sliding off. Come again?
I'm feeling dirty again.
I drew a little picture, and he asked why the sideways person wasn't falling off. And I said because he's being pulled inward by gravity.
Okay. So, someone in the chat has asked you why a guy diagrammatically sideways on a ball doesn't fall off, and your answer is the force of gravity. But it's not a force and hasn't been for 109 years. Okay, so given that there is no force of mass attracting mass, it's been superseded 109 years ago. Or to quote Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote, Professor Brian Cox. Why doesn't the man fall off the side?
Well, I mean, gravity technically isn't a force, but it acts as a force. It's a
No,
pseudo force.
things that aren't, no, things that aren't forces don't act like anything. You're not. It's not a play.
It's not a force.
My bad.
But it
No,
does
my bad.
impart
My bad. I'm still
acceleration
talking.
like a force
I'm
does.
still talking. I know you find me talking objectionable because it annihilates this claim you're making. No. Maybe Professor Brian Cox wasn't a strong enough example for you. Maybe the editor of Scientific American will be more substantive for this example. Gravity is not a force. George Musa, Scientific American. So, I just want you to acknowledge that this is not a force. It's not in a little play pretending to be a force. It's not anything. Okay? So when you say it acts, what is it? Has it got a guild card? It's not acting. It's not doing anything because it's, quote, not a force. Do you acknowledge before we carry on with this discussion about your man and why he's not falling off the side of something sideways, like we'd expect, that gravity's not going to be an answer to this? It's not a force. It's not acting like anything. Non-forces don't perform. You understand that?
It's a pseudo force. Like,
do you know what pseudo means?
If you were
what does pseudo mean? What does pseudo mean? What does pseudo mean?
Don't interrupt.
What does pseudo
You
mean?
told me not to interrupt you.
I'm
but now
asking
you're
you to
interrupting
define a
me.
word
That's
you've
not-
used.
That's not right.
I'm asking you to define a word you've used. You said pseudo. Would you define that for us, please?
Yeah, it means like false. Not
So
not real. False force.
let me get it straight. There's a false force holding the man to the side of the ball. No, false forces don't hold men to sides of balls. That's absurd.
Right, but
so if you don't mind,
what I meant.
if you don't mind, I heard what you meant. You
Hold on
said
a
it, and I'm
second.
responding to it. You said it acts like a force, and I don't mind just ripping that garbage to shreds by pointing out that non-forces aren't performers. They're not actors. They're not acting like anything. And pseudo means sham, fake, not real. So not fake, not real force is also not holding said man to side of said ball. So, do you understand that we're not going to tolerate your yammerings through the top of me pointing out that sham forces, fake forces, don't hold men to the sides of balls? And gravity doesn't come into it. It's not a force. So, just to answer you...
Will you let me continue what I was
No,
saying?
because we're at the
before you
crescendo where I
interrupted
asked
me?
the same question the guy in the chat asked you. How is your man on the side of the ball not falling off it?
Because of gravity, and I was
What, a
trying to
sham?
explain
No, sham. Sham. Are you dumb? Are you dumb?
how pseudo forces
Excuse me,
act
pseudo
like
means
forces.
sham.
But every
Sorry,
time
stop,
I speak,
stop.
you always
Stop.
interrupt. No, I'm not going to stop.
What,
You
you're going to
told me-
keep chanting like a fundamentalist religious zealot that your sham force holds
No,
men to the sides of
because
balls? Keep chanting
you
that
were
your
speaking-
imaginary belief force does this. No, your sham, fake, pseudo force isn't a force and doesn't hold anything. So reasserting that you've got a sham fake force that's doing something. No, you haven't. And I'm not going to just allow you to reiterate your nonsense of sham forces doing things. In this case, holding little men to the sides of little balls. Sham forces don't do that. So just saying gravity, the pseudo force, does it? No, pseudo means fake. And in this case, fake force, quote, George Musa, not a force, end quote, when describing gravity. It's not holding anything to anything. So stop saying the pseudo force is holding the man to the side of the ball and accept your fate that it's garbage. We're not on the side of a ball. I still haven't finished. I still haven't finished, Mr. Fundamentalist Zealot. I must chant my belief through you. Yeah, your ball. Yeah, I haven't finished. Your ball reification came from measurements of stars on a flat plane. And no matter chanting through the top of me, you've had your opportunity. Apparently you're not a gravity expert, but you're more than willing to chant through the people who know about this stuff far better than you do. You think it's your turn to ask questions and talk when you're being told about how your nonsense force doesn't hold men to the sides of balls that have come to pass by measuring a flat Earth and angles to stars. On screen for my audience is the altitude and zenith distance example. Now, if you're using Polaris, with this now on screen, an area of equal altitude, then you have a system on a flat Earth for deriving radius values for a sphere Earth, the one that you think you're standing on, with forces holding you to the side of it, even though that reification fallacy comes from flat Earth measurements. Now, gravity's not holding men to the sides of balls, and your ball idea comes from measuring stars like in these examples on screen for my audience. Angles offer flat Earth. Hope you understand there are no men on the sides of balls.
Well, what I
Now
can
he's going to go
speak
to
for
tangent.
is that subject, the angles to stars, that's one I've researched a heck of a lot, and I can tell you that the angles to stars actually do prove we live on a globe. Because as you move, let's say you're looking at the North Celestial Pole. As you move south 60 nautical miles, it will have moved down by 1 degree. For any point on Earth where you can see a celestial pole, if you move away from that celestial pole, it will move down by 1 degree, no matter where you are. That is impossible over a flat plane.
Down. No. You don't get to use down. You don't live on a flat plane. Shut up.
Hold on. Let's get to down in a minute. I've got the receding angle measurement to Polaris on screen for my audience now. So on screen, although it says sun, we're going to use this example as being Polaris. So we've got Polaris, and we've got this boat moving away from Polaris's zenith at a rate of 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. That's a elevation angle measurement of a flat Earth, describing the receding angle, that's a line to the base of Polaris along a flat ground, and the line up to Polaris, and how that angle diminishes as you back away from it at a rate of 1 degree. That's a flat Earth angle measurement, 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles. This measurement that you described is only possible if Earth is flat. It's an elevation angle measurement to Polaris. That's a flat Earth proof and can only be measured if Earth is flat.
Okay, well, according to the geometry of a flat Earth, assuming a flat baseline and Polaris being at a set distance, as you move farther away, the angle you view Polaris at will diminish at the rate of the arctangent of the height of Polaris divided by your distance from its GP. That's the geometry of triangles.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No.
And
no, hang on. He's after
it's not, because
spoken rubbish.
the
You're in a category error. Right? You're not using trigonometry with the celestial bodies. Number one. Number two. 60 nautical miles per degree. Where did that come from? How did they figure out that there was 60 nautical miles? How did they figure out what 60 nautical miles were?
Because they measured the distance between 1 degree, and they're like, yeah, let's split that into 60 equal segments and call each segment a nautical mile.
Distance, right? They measure the distance then, right? You agree they measure the distance. They measure the distance and found that it resulted in 1 degree of angular change of Polaris. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what that distance
And they
was?
split it into 60.
Yeah. What do you know what that distance was?
60 nautical miles.
No, that's nautical miles. They needed to find out what nautical miles were. How did they determine what 60 nautical miles were? They needed a known distance to determine that, because that's just the breaking up of a degree into 60 minutes.
Yeah, okay, so they might have probably measured it in meters. I don't know the number in meters.
Yeah, they
'cause I'm
measured it
American.
in statute miles. 69.048 statute miles, right? Broken up into 60
Yes.
gives you a ratio of 1.1508 between statute and nautical miles. That gives you your 60 nautical miles per degree. Statute miles are straight line horizontals. That means they measured 69.048 statute straight line horizontal miles. Your 60 nautical miles per degree comes from a flat plane measurement.
Well, you can use miles. You can measure like arcs, though. That's why they have
You can,
flexible
but you
tape
don't.
measures that
Statute miles are
tailors
straight
use.
lines. Statute miles are straight lines.
Okay.
They're determining they're determining the distance along an adjacent.
Yeah, it's on a flat
Can I ask
baseline.
if like?
Yes.
Can I
So
ask
the
if
adjacent
inches
angle
are
itself.
flat or
Okay, thank
straight
you.
lines?
So the angle itself.
Can I ask if inches are straight lines, please?
Yeah, the angle
Inches are straight
itself.
lines.
Inches are
Hello,
straight
Feet are
lines.
straight lines.
hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Miles are straight lines.
So if
Meters are
inches
straight
are
lines.
straight
Kilometers
lines,
are
that
straight
means
lines.
that
Let's try once more.
if inches are straight lines,
Hello.
if
Before we
inches
can
are
go off the
straight
beaten
lines,
track, before
that
we.
means you believe
Hello.
tailors
Are you
fake
listening to
because
me? Can you just
tailors
shut up for a
measure your
second?
waist in
Is he
inches.
going to shut up?
No, because I've just taken
Why
a
is
part
it
of his
fair
whole
that
paradigm.
you get to interrupt me all the
Chanting.
time, but as soon as I start talking, suddenly you see,
Are
how
you
it
done
is?
moaning? Are you done?
Sure, but like it's
Jolly
not
good.
fair
Now I'll
that
make
you
my
get to
point. Jolly
interrupt
good.
me, but I
So,
don't get to
as
interrupt
has been
you.
on screen for the entire time of this discussion, the angle measurement that you describe receding as you back away from Polaris, that is a angle that is only possible of measurement with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's a flat Earth angle measurement. So the only way we can proceed in this discussion at all is if we first accept that we can measure angles on a flat Earth to Polaris for this example to continue. At which point, we've already measured Earth flat.
In chat, I posted my own measurements over a flat plane of the angle
You don't
observed
have
to a
any
light
measurements
bulb.
over. You don't have them. You don't have them. They've already been done officially. It's 69.048 statute miles.
No, I'm saying
broken up
I
into
did my
60
own
nautical miles.
experiment.
Nautical miles are horizontals. Statute miles are horizontals. Nautical miles are horizontals. Kilometers are horizontals. They're all horizontals. That's how they did it. They used a flat plane measurement. 69.048, which is a portion of an adjacent. That's what they did, because they needed to know the adjacent length. They're not trying to figure out what the height is or any other nonsense. They need to know the adjacent length. And they got that off a flat plane with statute miles.
Okay.
You don't have an argument
if
here.
you're going to run with the
That's
argument,
how it was done. That's how it was done. If you look into history, that's how it was done.
Can you
if you're
acknowledge some
going
of his
to run with
points?
the argument that miles can't prove a globe, then you must also run with the argument that tailors are fakes, because tailors they measure you around using inches.
That's a red herring, because they needed to know what an inch was before it was in a straight line first. The measurements are straight line. The origin measurements are straight lines. Right? You can
So
then
you're telling me you can use a straight line measurement to measure
a tailor's measurement. A tailor's measure can be pliable, right? But that doesn't mean that the inch is a measured curve. It's not. The inch is a straight line, right? The foot is a straight line. The statute mile is a straight line. The meter is a straight line. The kilometer is a straight line, and the nautical mile is a straight line.
Acquired by angle that can only be measured off a flat plane in the first instance. So we're talking about angles. Base of Polaris is its GP position, your line to it, and then your line up to Polaris itself. That's the angle that you're describing receding. As you back away from it along a flat baseline, the angle recedes. Well, so you're describing angle receding on a flat Earth. That's it. Let's not whistle past
The problem is that over a flat plane, that angle shouldn't recede with a linear
You're
relationship.
describing. Oh, hold on. Excuse me. You're describing an elevation angle to Polaris. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah, it's the angle you view something above your horizontal.
We're gonna need,
Horizontal.
you're going to need a
Go ahead.
horizontal
Go ahead.
then. So you can't do this with respect to a sphere Earth. You
Horizontal?
need a flat Earth to measure the angle first.
Horizontal is perpendicular to your vertical.
Yeah, and? We're talking about positions on the ground below.
That's it.
We're
That's your
talking about
horizontal.
positions on the ground below Polaris, extended out from your position miles away from you. That's along the flat baseline with 90 degrees below that position. To your position, that's a flat Earth measurement. It's a prerequisite that Earth is flat to acquire this measurement. So let's not whistle past the graveyard.
Yeah.
For us to get this measurement, it is incapable of measurement off a curved baseline for several reasons, one of which is the distance is flat measurements for statute miles. That's where we're getting these measurements from. Furthermore, the angle itself requires a flat line to the GP position below that star. So when you describe receding angles in any way proving a globe, no, this proves a flat Earth's being measured for the angles and the distances that you'll be using. So these are three ways of proving a flat Earth. Definitely not a globe.
Right, but
Yeah, but
May
it
I
needs,
ask
it
you
needs the
two
co-altitude
things?
angle, though. It needs the co-altitude angle. If you are on the ground position of Polaris at 90 degrees above your head, as you move away from Polaris, your angle will be eventually 89 degrees. You need a co-altitude angle in order to have the distance. So
it's irrelevant. How did he get the elevation angle in the first place? Don't go beyond that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Exactly.
That's it.
Can't get it on a
You measure
curve.
from your horizontal.
Step one on screen, elevation angle measurement to the sun. Same as Polaris, it's the same principle. Talking about 90 degrees below the star, or sun in this case, and an angle up to it from your position along a flat Earth. You require a flat Earth to measure the angle. That's it. Once we've measured the Earth flat to get the angle, we can then argue about how globe-shaped it is. No, we can't. We've already whistled past the graveyard if we do so. Earth's been measured flat for the angle. For him to describe how this on screen now, the recession of an angle towards the horizon as you back away from a star, proves a globe. Absolutely not. The angle itself in the description proves Earth's measured flat. So I don't know why he's under the misapprehension it proves a globe. How could he get the angle in the first place? He can't unless Earth's flat. So he's taking a flat Earth measurement and saying it proves a globe, and then rumpusing the conclusion because it's painful. Maybe if you talk through the conclusion that you've taken a flat Earth measurement of an angle to Polaris to prove a sphere with. No, you proved a measured flat Earth, mate.
Right, but that's not the argument. You're running way past the argument. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how we measure the angle.
Yeah, it does.
What does matter is
it does.
What does matter.
It matters that we measure the angle flat because that's how we're going to measure the angle and that's how we do measure the angle. You whistling past the graveyard and telling me it doesn't matter how we measure the angle when we can only measure the angle flat, and that's my point, is kind of rude. It's kind of like saying I'm going to completely ignore your point that the measured angle requires a flat Earth to measure and say it's just unimportant how we measure the angle. It's critical because we will require a measured flat Earth to measure this angle that you say is unimportant now. Now, unless you acknowledge that, no, we're going to require a flat Earth to measure this angle. Not that it's just unimportant, because that was your first opener to my response. No, it's critical. We will measure a flat Earth for this angle. Now, I want you to acknowledge the angle measurement, not just tell me it's unimportant how we get it. Because we'll get it from a flat Earth, and that's the only way to get it. You can't get it from a curve.
I mean, I personally find it disrespectful that you keep interrupting me.
Earth's measured flat, ladies and gentlemen. This tosspot can't acknowledge it and now wants to appeal to his total lack of acknowledgement when he told me that the angle measurement itself is unimportant. How we get this angle isn't important when it's measuring a flat Earth to get it. When I point it out for the third time, he tells me that I'm disingenuous and rude. I'm proving a Earth that's measured flat with your example of an elevation angle measurement that can only be acquired off a flat plane for your example. You came up with an angle to Polaris measurement. You proved Earth's measured flat. Now I've used your example of an angle measurement to Polaris as a proof of a flat Earth, and your response is to tell me that the angle and how we acquire it isn't important. You are rude.
The way you acquire the
Yeah, stuttery little Sammery, little stuttery little sod. No, Angle measurement critical. We need a flat Earth to measure it. Don't stutter and stammer your way around this fact. Acknowledge it.
Measure elevation angles. We create a plane where we are. It doesn't mean the Earth is flat. It
How
just
do you
means
create
where
a
we
plane?
are.
How do
We
you create
create
a
a
plane?
horizontal plane that
How
we
do you
measure.
create a
Sorry, let me get it straight. To measure this angle in your example, we first create a flat plane according to you. No, you don't. Not if
Yeah,
you're
you
on a
just make a
sphere.
tangent plane.
Excuse me, I haven't finished. I'm responding to you. I heard what you said. Yeah, no, we don't. We don't have any flat planes to create on a sphere surface. So we're going to have a flat Earth, and you're going to create one. No, we just measure to the horizon if we're using a sextant, or we establish a level plane with a bubble, because all planes run parallel with the sky and ground. That's how the Earth operates, flat. So you say we have to create a parallel plane to do that? No, we've already got one. It's got the ground position of Polaris below it in your angle measurement that you used and said wasn't important. Now, I found it rude for you to disavow the very angle that you used in your example because it requires a flat plane, as on screen for my audience right now, and cannot be acquired because you cannot establish a flat plane on a sphere. Spheres don't have flat planes. This requires a flat Earth.
Are you unaware with like the idea of normal and tangents?
Excuse me, 1 second. Let me pull this apart, Nathan. Sorry, you're saying you create a horizontal. With a marine sextant, how are you creating the horizontal?
Well, marine sextants don't measure horizontal. Bubble sextants do.
Marine sextants, you said you create the horizontal. How are you creating a horizontal with a marine sextant? Because you need the horizontal to have a final angle. How are you creating that?
Well, with a marine sextant, you just apply dip correction.
Yeah, and what's dip correction? Yeah, what's dip correction?
What? Whoa!
Dip
Where'd he get the angle
correction.
from?
1 second, please. 1 second. Right. What's dip correction?
Dip correction is basically the difference in angle between the horizon you measure and actual horizontal to you.
Right. And where do you measure that? Where do you measure that dip correction?
You don't measure it, you calculate it based on your own height.
No, that's incorrect.
So
Incorrect. No, stop. Both you stop. Both you stop.
No,
Sorry. Stop.
please,
Stop.
Nathan,
Brian,
please,
stop.
you wanna
Stop.
derail it.
No, he's just said you don't, you calculate it, and then he described the measurement. After saying you
I
only
know.
calculate it, he described the measurement of the height. That's something you measure. That's a measurement, mate.
Yeah. That's height of void. You measure your height of void.
You measure.
You
Yeah,
measure
we're
your
telling,
height of
mate,
void.
you don't need to interrupt. Brian's taking the lead.
Yeah.
He's telling you, you said it was just a calculation. Then you said with the height. That's a measurement. Brian's now going to take the lead, not you, Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. You measure your height of void at port. And then you use that measurement to correct every other measurement you make at sea between the horizon, the visible sea horizon, and the celestial body. So the question is that visible sea horizon the leading edge of a globe?
Well, I think it is.
Well, it's not. It's officially not. Officially, it's not the leading edge of a globe. And the dip correction proves it's not, because the dip correction proves that has to be that the water underneath your boat has to be horizontal with the water you're viewing at the horizon for the dip correction to work, because you're only correcting for that amount of height. You've just disproven your claims.
Dip correction is just a generality. It's not. You can't measure dip with not.
No, it's not just a generality. It's not. It's a correction of a horizontal plane, and the almanac. All the corrections in the almanac prove that. Every one of the corrections in the almanac corrects from a horizontal plane. That amount of correction is equal to the correction from a horizontal plane based off that height above the horizontal plane.
But the almanac can't tell you like your specific everything about your specific circumstance. The dip correction is a general formula.
Dip is a
It's
measurement.
not
Is a measurement that you measure a port. Yeah, and you based off of that measurement, you find in the almanac the amount of correction you need to make based off of that height measurement, and that correction is based off of a horizontal plane up to the eye line, or from the eye line down.
Cool.
Either way, with site reduction tables, right in the almanac, it's pre-assumed that mean sea level is a horizontal plane. They're not using a curved surface; they're using a horizontal plane. To get dip correction only works over a horizontal plane, the height of void correction. You can't get this horizontal you're claiming without the horizontal plane of the Earth. It's impossible.
Eye level to surface level. Eye level to surface level, right? That's how you understand it. Eye level to surface level gives you dip correction, correct?
Based off your height of eye.
Well, it's based on the height of eye, and then it gives you the difference, the difference in
Pardon me.
angle between the measured horizon
No,
and your actual horizontal.
you're trying to whistle past it. You're trying to whistle past it. The corrections in the almanac are corrections from a horizontal plane. They do not fit a globe of radius 3,959 miles. They do not fit a globe where you're measuring to a globe's horizon between that and a celestial body. They only fit based off of a horizontal plane of water underneath your boat extending to the horizon, and you measuring from that to the celestial body. That's what they fit.
Right.
Eye level to surface level, my friend. That's how it's described.
If that
you disagree?
If true, I would assume just because, again, it's a general formula and it doesn't need to be exact.
It's not a general formula. It's very specific. Very specific. It's so specific that you actually measure it at port.
You don't measure dip correction. You calculate it.
You do measure dip correction at port. You
So
measure
this
a
is where
height of eye
sorry,
at
Brian.
port.
Sorry. This is where I stepped in before, and it feels like you're being disingenuous. Yeah. So I had to step in before and say that, yeah, you say it's just a calculation. Then I point out that it's a measurement that you take at port of the height of the eye. That's measured. You say, no, just calculated second time. It kind of feels disingenuous and scummy, like you're intentionally ignoring the points that we've had to hold you to task on.
But I'm not. What I'm saying is that the height of eye is measured.
Sorry,
the height of eye.
The height of eye is measured, so it's a measurement then.
The dip.
So just so we're clear, just so I don't have to step in a third time, Brian. No, just don't want to have to step in again. Yeah, Brian's doing really well, other than him having a disingenuous opponent that doesn't seem to acknowledge things. And this, I don't want to do it a third time. You understand now? It's a measurement, not. Okay. Brian, thank you. Just need to. I don't want to have to step in a third time. I've told him twice.
He doesn't know. It's a dip correction and the height of eye correction, the same thing.
Yeah.
I'm asking him.
He just said they were different, Nathan.
Yeah,
that's why Brian's
fine.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that
Hang on. Is the dip correction and the height of eye correction a different thing?
I mean, I'm not sure. They might be. I don't know.
No, they're not. God, he doesn't know anything. No, they're not. No.
Okay, well, I've never heard of height of eye correction, so I didn't know if they were different or not.
Yeah. But
what
what
I
do
do
you
know
hear
about
arguing
dip
with us
correction?
so you don't know what you're talking about? Why do you hear arguing with us when you don't know what you're talking?
Chaos is argument. Let me just tell Seafoam what's going on. Everyone's getting annoyed because they're like, why the hell is this guy even talking to us? He doesn't know what the bloody hell he's babbling on about. This is irritating. That's the kerfuffle that you're hearing in the background. You don't need to talk through me while I point out that you're irritating everybody with your ignorance. No, we know that you don't know that these two things are the same thing. And you think it's just a calculation, and I've had to step in twice to point that out to you, and you don't know what's actually being done. Yeah, we know. Meanwhile, we establish our horizontal with the horizon, do dip correction, and then extend that plane out to the GP position, in this case Polaris in your example, where we measure the recession of the angle towards the horizon. That's on a flat Earth. So we're all proving Earth's measured flat. You've got questions and ignorance, and it's irritating. Just so you know why everyone's now getting a bit, bit of a kerfuffle in my panel, just so you know.
No, what's irritating is I can't get a sentence through without somebody interrupting me and telling me to shut up.
Earth's measured flat with these angles to Polaris. That's what we're doing. We're measuring Earth as a horizontal plane of reference, and we're drawing out positions along an extended horizontal plane, that's Earth, to GP positions below stars. With that exact same system in mind, we can use this guy's example of the recession of the angle of Polaris with respect to the plane that you're measuring the angle to, and how that angle to a flat plane recedes as you back away from it. I prove Earth's flat. This idiot moans about how much he's getting interrupted. We heard your example. We listened. Now we're proving Earth's flat with it.
Can I give you
Yeah,
a
but
thought
he's
experiment?
complaining about not getting to talk about a subject he admittedly knows nothing about.
Yeah, maybe
Go
moan about
away!
you're not getting your time after me pointing out that everyone's irritated with you because you're ignorant of the subject that you're trying to talk about and getting interrupted over. How dare you? Yeah, we've got a good right to. You're the most ignorant person here and you don't know what you're talking about. Therefore, people are going to talk through you because they know better than you. And they're going to try and talk about those things that you don't understand to educate you while you interrupt and moan about how you're not getting your turn to talk. You've got nothing to offer us, son. You understand? You don't have anything to offer us? Why the hell would you get any time to talk, is the question being asked amongst my panel. You understand that now, Jimmy?
I'm trying to offer something. You guys keep on changing the subject.
Earth's measured flat, with angles to Polaris. That's what I'm offering. You hearing me?
What I'm offering is that it isn't.
Really? That's wonderful. You don't even understand how height of eye correction is done.
Because that doesn't matter to what I'm...
It doesn't matter that you're ignorant of the subject that we're discussing, but you think it's your turn to tell us how that doesn't work? No, you're the most ignorant person here and have nothing to offer.
Okay, can I ask you...
No, it means you can shut up and sit down now, boy. Because you don't have anything to offer and you've demonstrated how ignorant you are. That doesn't mean you get to hold the mic or ask us questions. It means we get to discuss your ignorance while you shut up. That's what it means. You don't understand the word humility. That is to say that when you've embarrassed yourself and demonstrated your ignorance, that doesn't mean you suddenly get lots of airtime.
Getting dogpiled isn't embarrassing for me. It's embarrassing
That's
you
where
guys
you shut
that you
up.
don't let me
You
talk.
don't know.
Now he's claiming
you
dogpiling.
admitted you don't know.
Bloody
Okay,
millennials.
but I haven't even let me present my argument.
You heard
That's the
it.
problem. You haven't
We
even
heard
let
it.
me
We
present.
heard it. Angle to Polaris recedes, therefore proving
you-
globe. We heard your argument. Then we proceeded to rip it to shreds and show our flat Earth's being measured for your argument.
Because you...
You notice how you're stuttering through the top of me while I point out the exact argument you put to me?
You can't show a linear relationship between angle and distance on a flat Earth.
You gave us it. You gave us the linear relationship between Polaris and the angles of a flat plane. You gave us that example in your claim that you suggested proved the globe. Then we showed you how that linear relationship between angle and star off a flat plane uses a flat plane. That's what we did.
But over a flat plane, the relationship is...
But over a flat plane, yeah, it is over a flat plane. That's how the angles are measured. End of argument.
Right,
He's trying to straw
Not
man
but, not but anything. The moment we measure your example of the angles receding from Polaris, we've proven Earth is measured flat. That is the end. There's not a but anything.
I think Brian's right, though.
How are you going to stand in front of a bunch of people? How are you going to stand in front of a bunch of people, admit you're ignorant of the subject, and then think you have the right to talk, young man? You need to go home. Never speak to anyone again and climb into a hole in a wall.
He's been totally disingenuous because he's after completely walking past where the 16 nautical miles came from. It was shown him, I showed and I proved it to him where they came from. They came from a horizontal flat Earth measurement. That's where they came from. Nautical miles are horizontals, right? He is now trying to go back to his original straw man of using trigonometry to straw man us with trigonometry in celestial bodies, something we don't claim. We don't claim the trigonometry with the celestial bodies, giving them a height, right? That's what he's trying to do. Completely ignore. What I want to know is, where did he get his 60 nautical miles? Considering nautical miles are horizontals, where did you get these horizontal miles on your globe?
Exactly, Brian.
That's
where?
what I want to know. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't take them 60 nautical miles off our flat plane. You got to get it off your globe.
You know how rude I would feel if I walked into a subject I knew nothing about and started trying to give examples and arguments to people who talk about it every day? I would feel like a moron. Why does he not?
Because he feels
because
wronged.
he thinks
He
we
thinks
don't know what we're talking about. What else?
He thinks we're just talking through him when we object to his garbage and point out how it's wrong. Oh, well, you interrupted me to stop me waffling my garbage for the 4th time. Or interrupting the discussion to point out for the 2nd time that angle measurement for height of eye correction is a measurement. I've got to do that twice. But we're the rude ones, according to him, because he's been wronged. Because it's about the flow of the conversation, not about the garbage spewing out of his mouth non-stop that proves a flat Earth and his claim to be a globe example. Like, how do angles that recede from a flat plane prove a globe? They don't. But that was his example, and we were rude to shut him down when he's self-admitted that he's the most ignorant person here in respect to this subject that he doesn't know anything about. But, oh no, I've been interrupted. Can I have the mic for 5 minutes? What for? What are we going to learn from him? Nothing is the answer. Why would we give him a second more?
Every time he invokes angles, you don't know what he's doing.
Well, he's been enchanted. And so because of this is the power of propaganda that we're seeing. That's all it is. Because when we're talking, he's not even listening. He can only hear key buzzwords that we use. And then his mind just goes back to perhaps a YouTube channel he's been watching for years by someone he loves and respects. So when we're talking about one thing, he's not listening because he can only hear, based on buzzwords, the things that are relevant to what he wants to say.
Yeah, but Eli,
having the same conversation.
Yeah, but Eli, I was just sitting back listening, and the amount of time the horizontal is used. I mean, you could just sit there and you could clearly get a picture of what Brian was saying. So my question is, why are they not getting this picture in their mind?
I just told you.
How could they still be putting it on a ball? Oh, because they're listening to somebody they like.
I blame Robert Sungenis.
They are enchanted.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you say that. I'm sorry.
I specifically think it's because of Robert Sungenis. Just throwing it out there.
You have to ask the question. The nick of these people to think that they can come in not knowing what they're talking about and still deserve airtime. Why would anyone give you airtime? That's like if you're in a university lecture and you're standing up wanting to take over a lecture from the person who's giving it.
Exactly. That is exactly how I see it, Brian. I see it as a student in the hall, in the auditorium. There's Jordan Peterson at the front giving a psychology discussion. And one of the students, because it's invited to be an open discussion by Jordan Peterson, and one of the students stands up and starts basically heckling and contradicting the discussion and the lecture. And Jordan Peterson takes the time to explain the argument to the person, but then they rinse and repeat the thing, effectively shutting down any further discussion, because they're going to rinse and repeat without any acknowledgement of the points that are rebutted. And they're going to keep it there until the end. And if the person tries to move on, that's Jordan Peterson in this example, they'll moan that they've been talked through. And my garbage that I reasserted 3 times wasn't allowed to continually take over this entire discussion. Yeah. You should be humble. You're the one being educated, not the other way around.
Yeah, but we're not being respected like that, Nathan. That's the whole thing. We're flat earthers, and we're not being respected the way Jordan Peterson's respected in his categories. So that's the problem there.
No, the problem is...
Hold on. No, it would be similar if someone who walked in and said, I don't know anything about psychology or anything about what you say, Mr. Peterson. I want to have an argument with you.
Well,
yeah, but you're missing it. We're not being respected.
They do that just like people who watch Fox News or CNN and go to friends and family and tell them this is what it is. Because I've heard some guy say it. Never looked at the source that the guy was talking about, never validated it, never, just looked at world events directly rather than through the lens of a particular propaganda arm. So they think that, well, I'm entering into this arena where people are lost and I'm going to defeat them with my better arguments. But they don't know anything. They don't know that. That's the thing. They're just doing what people do. And y'all are like, I don't get it. And I'm like, well, I deal with this every day. Don't y'all?
But the thing is, in this subject, Someone will say, I don't know anything about it, and then start to think they deserve time to talk about it. And
Yeah,
what
that's any
other subject would such disrespect be allowed? Tell me.
Politics. I just told you.
Right. And politics is subjective. So that's fine. Is this subjective?
No, but they don't know that.
Well, listen to me. The problem here is that him and people like him, people like Seaspray or whatever his name is, right, and him himself are picking up bad habits on Discord, where people who are talking complete and utter rubbish and don't know what they're talking about are allowed to waffle on. They're getting that from Discord servers. Right? Everyone's allowed to have their say on Discord, regardless of how stupid it is. That's the problem.
That's correct, Brian. That's correct.
The only thing that they say on Discord comes from a video that was put out that week by one of the few people that have been in this subject. We know who they are, the Simandans and whatnot, or whoever is the flavor of the week. They're not just coming out of nowhere. A topic arises whenever a new video drops. It's the same thing. Like if you're talking about something on social media, it's because you've been fed it by the media first. Then you have something to talk about. So again, it's the propaganda.
I don't disagree with that. But could you imagine being in biology, right? And you're discussing the complexity of the heart, and some village idiot, self-proclaimed village idiot, wants to come in and have an argument with the doctor about how the heart works. Would that be tolerated anywhere else?
No, that's like me coming in and saying, listen, I do floor covering for a living, and I know how to use a knife. So right now, while you're making that incision, you don't know what you're doing, buddy. I know what I'm doing. I'm a flooring guy.
Both of those instances require something actually being done. Like say if you were navigating and someone was like, "Oh no, wait a minute, you have to treat it like a glove." then that would stick. But they treat this like a classroom where people do object to the professor. Which what happens? They do say dumb shit sometimes. Sometimes the professor is wrong. Sometimes the professor says dumb stuff. But that's how they're treating it because that's how the propaganda primes them to treat us.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's disrespectful. The propaganda is making them disrespectful shits, is my point.
Yeah, I agree. This was tried to. I can't remember. I think it was Brian that was trying to explain this to me when I said, "Well, would it be churlish for me to go around in circles with these idiots like I do?" And he was like, "No, because we don't command the same respect that Candice person commands. Therefore, you will just end up going around in circles, and it's not because you're being churlish and not accepting their non-response. They're keeping you there. They're keeping you going around in circles like that guy did." The point where you've got to go, well, we've just had this discussion. Why am I having to reiterate it for a second time?
Candace Owens.
Yeah, it's not
Candace
Candice,
Owens, yeah.
it's Candace. Candace Owens.
No, but Nathan,
nobody likes to hear it, but just another that's like the guy who just wakes up in the Matrix. Like Candace is one of the most attractive people there at the time. That's all she is. I saw her go from one side to the other, like I've seen them all. Just like for the people that are waking up right now, they always have heroes that rope them in. And then those heroes tend to do things that confuse them. But the people go, well, I trust them. So I'm going to go take this 8 years in their direction. Even though I have a thinking brain, I'm going to go ahead and put that on the shelf because, this person has never steered me wrong. They woke me up. They were here when I woke up. Like, that's the way these things work. It's based on feelings, not based on information.
Yeah,
Jaron's but my point with Candace is different. The point is different. Is that Candace Owens can, on a show that she is on and hosting, she can make her point and have someone go try to hand wave it away, and she won't have to make her point 20 times after that. The audience will know even if she might have to make it one more time, and she can leave it at that because the audience will know that she is correct and this other guy or person is wrong, right? That won't happen here. That's the point with Nathan. Nathan has to go through it 20 times because there isn't an audience there who's going to judge in the right direction. A big audience, a consensus audience.
Our fault. This is our fault for allowing idiots to speak.
Yeah, that's my point about Discord, John. Is that everyone gets a chance to make their point on Discord, regardless of whether they know what they're talking about or not. That is completely wrong. If you don't know what you're talking about, you should shut up and be told to shut up. Do you know what I mean?
And he admitted it, and he admitted it a few times. So why was he allowed to continue on?
I don't know. Like the point is that this is what happens to people on this.
Yeah, that rubbed me the wrong way when someone admits they don't know what they're talking about, getting upset that they're not allowed to finish what they don't know about. Like, what? Why would you even
disrespecting us? Disrespecting us because we're flat earthers. But that was nice, Brian, the way you laid that out. Beautiful.
But they're getting it from Discord, Neil. It's worse than that now because Discord are making it worse. It's not just that we're flat earthers now. It's that they're getting the time to speak on Discord. And so they feel they should, regardless of whether they know what they're talking about or not. So they feel, well, that means I should be able to speak everywhere, regardless of whether I know what I'm talking about or not. No, you shouldn't.
Oh, so that's why they just keep, as Nathan's trying to stop them. I've been noticing that. They just keep going and going and going. So you're saying it's because this is allowed in Discord, so they're going to bring it here now. Aha.
Yeah, they're
I
picking
see.
up bad habits that have been given to them by Discord servers who are allowing them to speak. I mean, everyone's allowed to speak. Everyone's allowed to ask questions. Everyone's allowed, but you can't come in speaking as if you understand the topic and as if you're an authority on the topic and arguing with people when you obviously don't know the topic. You can't get away with that. You can, if someone says something, you can ask them questions about it. You can then debate with them about it, even up to a point. But you can't start telling them about the thing that you don't know about. Do you know what I mean? That's the problem. They have these delusions of grandeur that allows them to start waffling on about things that they don't understand and telling other people about them and giving other people false information because they don't know what they're talking about. And Discord allows that. So when they were saying to Nathan on the server there a week ago, or whatever, we leave everyone speak here. Why do you leave everyone speak here in that manner? Why do you leave everyone waffle on? If someone can say I disagree or I think this or that, that's fine. But when you were going to start telling people all about a topic that you don't know about, you shouldn't be allowed to talk.
Oh, I don't know. You shouldn't be allowed to persist in saying things that are demonstrated to you are wrong.
Right. I got you. Yeah. Like, we'll let them get it out one time, but they're not going to keep freaking doing it. And I noticed Nathan's trying to stop them, and they keep.
Well, that's what Facebook and the whole world thought when I was like, Bernie Sanders makes sense. Shut down that group. I don't care if it's the largest group on Facebook. They need to shut up. So no, I don't think I like that. I think everyone should be allowed to have a conversation like they would on the street, and then you can make a valid point, and it just has to be unfortunate if the crowd that you're speaking to is retarded, and it might be fortunate the crowd that you're speaking to actually gets you, but that's the way the world works, and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
No, but I think he's talking about the well-known ones that come in with the nonsense, right? Why should we even allow them to come in with it at all? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Everyone's allowed to speak, but you're not allowed to lecture other people on topics that you don't know about. That's the difference. No one's saying that someone's not allowed to speak. Free speech is allowed, but waffling on and trying to act as if you're the educator on a topic that you obviously don't know anything about, that's not allowed.
Yeah, the fix for that is once you've been demonstrated to be wrong, you should be stopped then. Yeah, but you should still be able to speak. It creates good content, a good moment for everybody to learn from. So the only problem is it keeps going on, and then people get mentally fatigued and don't learn anything. Oh, but if you
Yeah,
stop
like
Zanuck from lying in the first 10 minutes after you've shown he's uh, clearly contradicted himself, the conversation stops there. If you tell me that what I'm talking about is not what you're talking about, when the reason you started talking was to refute my premise, okay, it's a complete non sequitur. Then go home. But that's what should actually happen, at least. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
correct.
what happens is they, well, let them get their point out that they've been getting out for the past 10 hours. Like,
Yeah,
that
that
I
gets
don't understand.
annoying. So Eli, let me ask you a question because you still deal with him in different platforms. Did he really get invited on to Joe Rogan Witsit? You
I
know
don't know.
anything about that? Because I
No,
heard it in the
I
chat
don't hang around.
and I
I
heard
don't hang
somebody
around.
mention it.
I don't know. We don't hang out in the same server like that. I don't hang out in Earth Awakening.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that the other day you were talking about something with him about something pertaining to Christ. I figured you might be in the same. So you haven't heard anything about it? Could be just a rumor, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that was a great day. I think that was a great show. I mean, I heard at
So do
least
I.
3 or 4 numpties just going on, and one especially being so exemplary. I don't know. I guess that would be the word of what we deal with all day as flat earthers. Just it comes down to we found lies in a whole bunch of what we are made to know about everything, and and they come and they blame us for it. Yeah. Anyway, I think it was pretty nice to see that Seafoam kind of getting to the point where he just he regressed. He started in the text chat with all those diagrams, and he would make new ones immediately, like he was a fucking AI. And they always seem so sure. They always seem so uh self-important and self-taught. And it's always just a program, and they always are, again, just whistling past the graveyard, whistling past the 90. And it's so obvious by now. It just gets clearer and clearer, and it's thanks to FED. And I love 24/7 as well, and the politics server, shout out to them. But you know, uh thank you. All right, I'll mess
Yeah,
off now.
I understand your frustration. I understand your frustration because it's like I would prefer that we all stop talking to them altogether. But I can't. Flat earthers will keep wanting to talk to them, keep on to have these nonsense debates with them. There's nothing left to talk about. But these people like Seafoam will just listen to whatever you're saying, then go straight back to the original claim he was originally making that was completely debunked, or was some straw man or red herring, whatever he was doing. This thing, it's so frustrating. It's like, what it does is it brings you around in a circle and takes energy out of you. Positive energy is taken out of you. They're literally energy vampires, right? And you end up going around in a circle 10 times with them. You end up out of energy, and that person is still droning on with the same rubbish that they can't prove and couldn't prove an hour ago. So what's the point in talking to them? I would just have nothing to do with them, with the exception of the top brass, Brian Cox, whoever. Other than that, right, people who are worth talking to, other than that, all these people are doing is taking the energy out of you. They're sucking your energy dry. That's all they're doing.
Honestly, I don't even know how to do that. Like, I don't know how. Like, the moment I contradict myself, like I'm like, you know what, my bad, and I get quiet because I don't have nothing else. I'm done after
Yeah,
that.
that's what I'm
It's like,
thinking.
all right,
How do you fight?
Every
I'm
day.
trying
I
to
don't
think
even
of a
know how to do
subject.
that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a subject where I would persist even though I was wrong, and I can't think of any, because once you're wrong, why would you persist? Hello? Gets back to that enchantment thing then, I guess.
Has to be, because the reason I know it's enchantment is because our friends and family are exactly the same, and I know they're not talking to Wolfie. I know they're not talking. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, there's something. It's something to do with their thought process that's going to force them into this bottleneck of possibilities. And it's like, I don't know, man. You just got to know who's ready to talk about it and who's not. They all do the same shit.
Well, if I'm going to talk to a baller, I'm going to talk to. If I want to talk to a baller, if I need to find a baller to talk to, I just contact Rohit. He's the best of them in the arena. There might be a couple of others that may match him. I don't know, but I know he's as good as anyone. And outside of him, then you're talking about people who are, in universities or whatever. You know what I mean? Then, them kind of people. But I'm not interested in chatting to all these different people who have nothing. Do you know what I mean? I comment to them on my channel, but I won't. I avoid having anything to do with them as much as possible.
People that'll have an impact. It's like people that'll have an impact. Like you talking to them will make an impact versus people that there's like literally no reason to waste your energy because it'll go nowhere and it's not important. If it was like Brian Cox or somebody like that, it's like, well, this actually would be worth my energy because
exactly. That's exactly.
I really feel like we should be preemptive and start targeting these.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Places for conversations, because guess what? We think don't take it personal. These people don't speak to anybody for free. So why can't we just get up a little bit of money to have an audience with them?
Exactly. Now, Brian's been trying for money for the longest time. You want me, pay me.
And you know what? That's fair.
I think so, because when I'm hired to do a service, I get paid.
Well, your time is being taken up. I mean, I'd rather spend 2 hours talking to all ye and other flat earthers than a load of ball earthers who are just going to go and bring me around in circles and waste me time. At least with flat earthers, there'll be some progress in some way and understanding something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because
get ready, because I think invitations are going to start coming, Brian.
We progressed the conversation and the entertainment value for both ourselves and the other side. Coincidentally.
You heard what I said? Invitations are going to start coming. People are going to want you to speak to them in their little groups, in their auditoriums.
Well, that happens. Like people like request me to speak on Killer Priest podcast. Like just from that one time, it's like, yo, man, we fucking want you back, and I'm like, each and every one of us is doing that. We're supposed to be the reason that others have more of their message out there than we do is because we ain't going. We all know we ain't been nowhere. How the fuck is our message? The fact that our message is getting out there and it's not us physically doing it is crazy enough. That's how powerful it is.
What do you mean when we're talking about like the Witsits and the Germans, or we're talking about somebody else?
Everyone.
Get around. What's the time? He goes everywhere. Witsit goes everywhere. Witsit went to Sungenis. It goes everywhere. Got to get that ether out there.
That's what I'm saying. Like when did anybody go? You know, only a few people seek the truth. Everybody else is like, if it comes to me, I'll eat it. I guess. You know, they'll eat anything. It's like the game has changed, bro. Like these people, I literally sit on a TikTok live stream with Timberland, the producer, who lets people send their music in while he judges it. We are not being innovative in how we get our message out there. I'm telling you, there are people that have conversation like we're just not doing it, man.
So going to other servers is not the answer. We gotta expand even more.
Yeah, of course. And it don't necessarily have to be us. It could be a young Brian that loves YouTube and TikTok and Discord and Rumble and all of the places that people find popular now. We need someone who, like a champion, a student. It took us what 5, 6, 7 years to become. You know, like it's after someone is not really a fan, but I guess so a fan. You got to be a fan of your teachers to want to be instructed by them, but genuine ones. If there was someone as technical as you, Brian, out there on TikTok, Rumble, having these conversations, you don't think that we would hear more about the stuff that you have on your channel?
Yeah, you would do, but if I tried to do that, they're going to shut me down like this because my name is already out there. They already know where I am. They know my IP address, all them kind of things. As an example, Eli, last night I was doing something on GeoGebra, and because the name of the thing I was trying to do, right, was triggering something in the algorithm on Google, they were stopping me doing it on GeoGebra. When I changed it to something else, there was no bother. Go back to that. They were stopping me using GeoGebra. That's the way it is. I have to ask other people often to Google things for me because when I'm Googling, Google won't give me an answer. This is going on for a long time. You know, this kind of stupid nonsense. So
bullshit stuff.
I'm kind of stuck.
We're attacked like that on top of everything else. You know what I mean? So it's like, we're the modern day Tupac and Biggie.
It's just this digital bias against us, and because we're living in a digital age, it makes us for us. That's why we need people like Caleb and them, people like him who are sharp younger people. We need people like them who are gaining a following with the people who are between the ages of 15 and 25. You know, we need those kind of people who are getting the point out there, because they're going to, as soon as, like, Nathan, I think, tried TikTok and that, and I don't think he got anywhere simply because they know who Nathan is. You know, same, they probably know who you are. I don't see why not. You're part of the FED.
You have
So
the time. Look at this dog. That's it.
We're going, brother. All right, guys. We're going.
He's not playing.
So there you have it, Nathan. You're not getting out there.
You guys really need to watch the show Silo, man. Like, seriously.
I think we just keep trudging forward.
Yeah, it will happen. It will happen, but great things happen when great leaders appear. There's no way around that, censorship or not, unfortunately. You gotta have the equal, like, just like they have annoying people behind the scenes, tech guys that are annoyingly innovative in ways to censor us. We need people that love that kind of shit that know how to get around that stuff. Simple as that. Right?
Who was that idiot? Who was that idiot that's coming 2 days in a row to try to knock Nathan's show? Don't let him back in no more.
Shut up, Neil.
Comes in 2 days in a row saying you ain't growing. Actually, flat Earth is dying.
Not Nathan's
Did we hear that 5 years ago?
It's not Nathan's year.
No, we used to hear that 5 years ago. Remember? Flat Earth is dying. But then the guy said, no, not flat Earth. Your show, Nathan.
What a doofus. Hey, I had to run out and get a haircut. I had seafoam. I had everything work out for him.
Not good. He started chanting and started crying. We kept interrupting him and not letting him get his points out.
He didn't even know that they were tip bang or hide of eye. He thought they were two different things.
Yeah.
What a clown.
Yeah, he admitted that he didn't know, but he wanted to dominate the conversation and not listen to one thing anyone said.
Yeah, it's typical. I was dragging around by his short hairs in text, but I can't do too much in text anymore inside the server. They can just, run around, just make stuff up. I told him if I was moderating his tech chat, I would have banned him last night.
Yeah, I scrolled up. He's been busy, huh?
Yep. Him and Protothad.
At least he came on, though.
Yeah, he did. At least
give him credit
I'll
for
give
that.
him that. Yeah, I got to give him that. Yes.
I approached Prototad some weeks ago about the whole Polaris getting your latitude on the globe, considering the horizon is not the leading edge of the globe, even within their paradigm. And in fairness to him, he got to the point where he wasn't able to offer me anything else. He said, I've offered whatever I have. He offered me whatever corrections he had, whatever he could come up with, and none of them were the corrections that were necessary. So he admitted, in fairness to him, he more or less, without straight out admitting it, he said, I can't offer you anything else.
So he conceded.
Well, he didn't say he was wrong or I was right, but he did say that he couldn't offer me anything else. Because when it got to the point of him needing to offer me let's just say, dip corrections that are specific to Polaris, because you will be referencing the globe Earth's geometric age. He could only give me celestial refraction. I said, no, that's celestial refraction. So I got to the point where he couldn't. He said, I can't offer. I don't have that list offer. So it was interesting. Like, you know, how could I?
But at sometimes I felt like that guy, Seafoam, that was his name. I thought like the penny was dropping a couple of times.
That's how. This is the thing. Whatever it is about them, right? This is it's going on with years. They give you the impression they're learning something, or they're getting it, or they're realizing where they've been making a mistake or something. And then you think, I think this person is actually seeing the error of their ways. Then they turn around and start claiming the very thing they were claiming 20 minutes ago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, how wrong was I? Oh, so I gave up. The hope element is gone from me a long time ago, because that's like, it's like hope is being built. It's like there could be hope for humanity. Yes, no, there isn't. No. Was that you, John? Someone was saying something.
Well, it certainly sounded a few times, and there was a little silence as you were breaking stuff down. I'm like, well, I might be getting this. Maybe the penny's dropping. And then, yeah, you're right. Comes right back with the same nonsense.
Yeah, well, it's a big circle, because he came back to claiming the same thing he started off claiming, which was the trigonometric function doesn't work with the celestial bodies over a flat plane. We're not doing
trigonometry.
Yeah, we're using triangles, but we're not doing trigonometry. You know what I mean? But this is the thing. It's like he went around in a circle. It must have been 20 minutes, and he came right back to that same point. And when you get back to that same point, that's when you need to cut it off. Don't go any further. Just end it at that point, because
because I heard you say
they lost that. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard you say he's talking about trigonometry again. Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
that's when you cut it off.
Yeah, because I wouldn't be saying again, like, because if he brought it up in the first place, it was already addressed. And that means we just don't need to go over it a second time. But if he's bringing it up again, that means he's ignored the original rebuttal. You know, so. I have a straw man, and I'm going to spend 20 minutes, I'm going to make it, and then I'm going to go around in a circle for 20 minutes, and then come back to it.
Hey, well, look, I thought I woke up in the Twilight Zone today, because this morning there was a guy that came in here, talking about giants. They were talking about Robinson Sungenis, reading a 14,000-page book, 1,400-page book, to understand where Witsit and them are coming from. I said, I'm going to drop out and come back in, and hopefully I'm in the right place. So I dropped out, and I came back in, and then they were talking about giants.
Why you always end up in those servers and not where I be at?
Well, let's go. Set it up, and we go to your server.
No, I mean you came back and they was talking about giants. You was doing that on your own leisure, right? I'm just saying, how comes you don't go see what we're saying? And it's like in the servers that I'm in.
Are you saying we should go to the politics server? I don't know what you mean.
No, he said he was hanging out in one particular server, I thought. Am I wrong?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
No, I said I thought I was in another server today. I dropped out and came back in, hoping the conversation wouldn't be the same. I was being sarcastic. But it wasn't. It was flat Earth debate.
So that on who is talking about that on here?
Some new guys came in. He was harmless, really, but yeah, he's talking about Robertson Genesis book. I don't believe I need to read his book to understand what's going on. I would not waste my time reading a 1,400-page book by Robertson Genesis. He's claiming a freaking geocentric Earth. Brian, can there be a geocentric Earth, Brian?
Not a geocentric globe Earth. He's claiming a geocentric globe Earth. And I'm going to ask Robert Sungenis some very direct questions about that. Because what he doesn't realize, either he does or he doesn't, I don't know, I can't define his thoughts, is that heliocentrism allows them to have a globe mathematically. But geocentrism makes it impossible. Because if you look at what they need to do to create the globe from a heliocentric standpoint, it would be absolutely impossible to make that same thing work geocentrically. I'm not going to go into all the details now because I want to hit Sungenis with the details. Say, with this question, what about this, Sungenis? What about that, Sungenis? What about this other thing, Sungenis?
You want the bag?
Okay.
You're off mute, Eli.
Ask him what a hypothesis is.
After we ask him, do we get the popcorn out?
Yeah, get it out beforehand.
And then you had the guy with the stick. I mean, really, that took up an hour.
I was talking. Is Discord still here? Discord, radio check. 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Loud and clear.
Look at you, finally. That's about an 8-second delay.
Who's that, Rayleigh?
Yeah, I don't know why everybody else is asleep.
I'm still here.
Wake up! Nathan!
The guy with the stick is still here.
Nathan!
What?
We're lost, man. What are you going to do?
Get the height of the star immediately.
Stick in the ground.
Put a stick in the ground. What the
You
heck
guys
was
are
he
totally impossible.
What the heck was he trying to say? Well, I didn't get it.
He's right there. He's right there. He just got offended. Maybe he'll tell you. We're hacking on you, bro. Relax.
I don't got too much time.
Yeah, I get it.
I got a show. I got to expose some other idiot.
Yeah, but it's quite quiet in here because maybe it's because Nathan Oakley's channel is going down in popularity. I'm going to do quantum erasers one as well.
We know that.
It's going down in popularity.
Guy.
No one's watching. No one's watching. All the views are going down.
It's the same guy.
It's a dying channel,
Why don't
isn't
you
it?
take a
Dying
freaking
channel.
walk?
Look at the graph. Look at the graph. Look at the graph. It's looking at all
Why
the
don't you
views
take
and
a
more
walk?
data. I'm going to go to Quantum Erasers channel as well, and it's going to show all the views are going down because no one cares
Oh,
anymore.
that's fine. It can go down to 1. I could care less.
This is
okay,
him.
that means
This is the jerk off.
You're not speaking to anyone, though. You're just talking to yourselves. No one else cares anymore. What a shame. Imagine being so irrelevant that no one wants to hear what you're saying anymore. You just create videos for yourselves.
Huh.
Lol.
Okay.
Hey, QE.
Are you gonna look at that? Are you gonna look at that graph? Are you gonna look at that graph and comment on it? Yeah, comment on the graph. Yeah, comment on the graph. Go on.
When you can listen to people's voices and hear how desperate one of those voices is, how nervous
and unsure of themselves, that voice is. Just thought I'd
I
point that
am
out.
so nervous. I'm so nervous and I'm so deaf.
Yeah, have you not heard it in your voice, how it's trembling?
Yeah, I know.
It
I'm
was
so nervous and
noticeable as I'm
desperate. So
working.
nervous.
What, you got a nerve problem? Is that what you're saying? It's not
It's
that
trembling,
what
isn't
you're
it?
nervous about. You've got separate psychological issues that cause that, is it?
How's it feel to have a dying channel?
Oh no! You see, look, you're back. Hello. How's it
No
feel
one's
to have
listening.
like insult Tourette's?
No one's
Which
watching.
aren't based
No one cares.
on anything that's just been said to you.
Yeah, but I would.
Adam doesn't have a channel, you dumbass cracker.
No one's watching anymore. No one cares about what we had to.
Yeah, but
He doesn't have
Well,
a
you
channel.
do, clearly, right? You do, because you're here. Then that is just the exact proof that actually the statement you made is so wrong. Look at you spending your time here with us. You care.
Yeah, but Adam, your numbers are going down.
I haven't got any numbers.
I know it's so much fun to wind you guys up.
No, you're not winding us up. What you're doing is reinforcing our strength, showing us that the best the ball's got to offer is Muppets like you. It's very inspiring. Keep it up.
If all that was going on was a conversation.
How's it feel to know that
all
no
was
one?
Sorry, 1 second. If all that was going on is a conversation between the panel or the panel in Discord, and there was no live show and no live viewers, I'd be quite happy to join every day. I'd love to. The live viewers don't mean anything to me. So I don't care who's listening and not listening.
Well, when he was saying that, I looked at Nathan's numbers. He had 109 people watching. When you said that, what is your name? Freaks? Freaks. When you said that to him, I looked down and he had 109 people watching. You said no one was watching.
After a year, a whole year, 109 people.
After a year, we've been out here for, but Nathan's been out here for a lot longer than I have. Well, not a lot, but at least 8 years Nathan's been out here. What are you talking about?
8 years and 109 people are watching. No one cares.
Yeah, numbers don't mean anything. I could give a shit.
Well, I tell you who does care is Google. And YouTube.
Yeah, they care.
They care a lot. And Congress in the US, they care. Because they made sure that people like Nathan only get 109 viewers.
How does it feel to be irrelevant?
How does it feel to be? How does it feel to be a globetard? What's your scientific evidence for your globetard?
I don't care about that. You're
a glober, aren't you?
How's it feel to have a dying channel?
No, that's Adam's channel. That's not mine.
Adam's channel. Oh, look, Adam, it's over.
Hey, Adam, your numbers are going down. How does it feel to have a dying channel there, brother?
I'm going to find the numbers for Quantum Eraser as well, and I'm going to post them. They're also shit.
What's he going to do? Advertise for our dying channels? He's going to help advertise the channels. Is that what he's doing? See, that's commitment. I like that. Somebody that doesn't care, making the effort to try and strengthen the channel. Thank you, brother.
No, I just like to come in here to wind you up.
Yeah, make sure you post all that. You understand? You're not winding us up. We're winding you up.
No, I'm winding you up because we're posting the numbers yourselves.
He's been wound up so much he can't stop, Adam.
Thanks
If it makes you feel any better, Witsit's also dying channel as well, even though he has a huge, bigger number.
Wow, now we know you do not know what you're talking about. Because that kid is not dying, unfortunately.
I think this fella's only having a laugh.
No, we are.
Yeah, we are.
You got to look at the numbers.
It's getting bigger every day.
It's declining. It's declining. It's declining even for Witsit.
2 days in a row? I don't think so, Brian.
But no, I'm pretty sure Witsit is getting bigger day by day. He has lots of live viewers.
Look at the numbers. Look at the data. Not happening.
Well,
he's going on Rogan, bro.
No, he's not.
Data,
That's
over
a
the past year.
lie. He's not going on Rogan. It's a lie.
Well, present Witsit's data for us.
I mean, it's
Never
nice
mind
to
whether
cheer
he's going
about
on Rogan or not. Just present Witsit's data for us.
Get him to show you the email from Joe Rogan's people. Get him to show you that email. It doesn't have it because it's not happening because it's a lie.
Well, it's nice to cheer on known censorship. Always nice.
Will you get with this data over the past year, and we just see has he gotten larger or smaller as a channel?
I mean, but this guy likes censorship. He cheers it on.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
he
even
does.
think
He's
we
fair
should entertain this guy. I don't even think we should entertain him. Take a freaking walk.
No,
just another guy.
he likes censorship. Well, no problem.
Yeah, I like censorship because I'm the one muting people. Yeah, that makes sense.
No, but that's non sequitur.
Who muted
About
you?
the numbers. You're talking about the numbers, right? Well, in the
That's
context
not
of this
censorship.
situation,
You're still free to speak. No
in
one's listening,
the
though. You're still free
context
to
of
speak. No one cares, though.
That's what it is. He says he gets muted. He's offended. Got muted.
why couldn't I just go back and forth a little bit? I ain't say shit all show.
Go ahead, Eli. I'm sorry. That was me.
Oh, I see Eli. Oh, fuck that guy. He's boring. I don't want to talk to him.
Don't swear, please.
Apologies.
So,
But
Yeah,
I
you don't want to
He's
kill our
boring.
dying channel with swear
All right.
words.
All right. Never mind.
Sorry. Genuinely sorry for that one. I apologize for that. But I don't want to talk to Eli. He's boring.
Eli is not boring. Quiet taste. I'm only kidding.
He's dull. He's not boring. He's only dull sometimes.
He's a new Mike.
Eli, you were getting yelled at as you were doing the video yesterday by QE. Oh, shut up, Eli.
To be fair, that's one thing you could do if you want to increase your numbers, is make sure Eli Osmond isn't on there, because that's going to decrease the people watching.
He's getting a hard time there, Eli.
Bite.
I'm warming to this guy now. I'm warming to him a little bit.
All right. Now we've broken the ice. All right. Okay, gentlemen. Now we've broken the ice. Like, serious stuff. Do you want to know why? Like, I can tell you why the number of the reach is going down, Mr. Oakley. It's your format.
Go on.
Your format. Format.
We just want to know. Stop saying format over and over again. We want to know why Adam's numbers are going down specifically.
I don't know. I have no idea who Adam is. I don't know who Adam is.
Oh shit!
He just
spoke about the format.
That's an insult.
What is he? Who's Adam? What, I don't know. I only know them by their.
He's.
So you don't hold on.
Hold up. He's evening. That's who Adam is.
Wait a second. Yeah, if we gotta explain
he's
who
what?
Adam is, then this guy don't know what he's talking about. He ain't watching nothing or paying attention to nothing.
He comes
I want to
on
know
and
about
he
this
says,
format.
"Oh God, Brian, and he's obsessed with the format. Let's just get on with the format then."
You're right. I'm not watching. You're right. I'm not watching nothing, just like the rest of the world.
You're
That's
not
your
watching
problem.
nothing. That's a double negative.
Yeah, there are no double negatives. I learned that here.
I ain't watching nothing. Just like everyone else. I ain't watching nothing.
Same.
Who's Adam? Which one's Adam, anyway?
Adam is super smart. That's who Adam is.
Sound
I've
off,
never heard of
Adam.
him.
What do you say? I was
said
just
he wants to know-
explaining to my dispenser how sad these are, because she's really curious as to why these people that don't think they're flat waste their lives here. So I was just explaining what that is, the extent of their lives. And as you can hear, this guy who doesn't watch the show telling us on how to change the format of the show he doesn't watch to make it more popular.
I don't give a shit. I'm sorry, I swore again. I don't care. I apologize again. I don't care.
I
was
don't
just
think
coming in to wind you up about.
Previously, I'd accuse you of caring. At this point, what I was saying was my dispenser's listening to you, thinking, "What kind of sado spends his time giving false feedback to something he doesn't care about? Why has he not got anything better in his life?" was her question.
Well, we need that. We need that. Like, it's just
What
like,
kind
you
of
know, that
shadow
ex-girlfriend,
hosts a show?
who
Hosts a
goes
show
around
where
to
the only
all the
person
other
that's
girls.
talking
You know, like the
is
ex-girlfriend who
telling
goes
him that
around to
his
all the
channel's
other girls
dying.
trying to convince them not to get with you, but it really just gets all of them to want to get with you. But we just need to let him do his thing so people just are attracted to the show.